Yo, what up? What up, what up, what up, what up? What's up, Jimmy? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. My bad, I just typed in the chat to make sure it was all working, but y'all have a good day. Oh, Skyer, what up? What's up, dude? Hope you're doing good. Eli, dude, good to see you. I posted the clip of us talking about Monster Type Zero, dude. So, yeah, it's out there. People are liking it. I got like a bunch of likes, so yeah, dude. Hope y'all are doing good. Simple Hideo, dude, what's up? How you doing? Enjoying a salad? Nice, dude. What kind of salad? I'm like a Caesar salad myself. Salads are hella good, dude. But that's sick. All right, y'all, we're still doing really good merch orders wise. I'm like amazing. I mean, I'm like very surprised. Oh, Simple Hideo, playing some Destiny. Hey, yeah, I rewatched the whole, I just finished watching the whole VOD from when 3D Blast was on. And yeah, dude, that's like you're playing Destiny. Yeah, it's like funny because now I feel like I know so much about the Destiny meta from just the last stream. But yeah. Hey, Jimmy. Doing well. Been listening to you for years. First time catching a stream. Dude, thank you so much. I appreciate you listening for years now. And thanks for catching the stream. Yeah, you know, we just be in here hanging out, having a good old time. Skyer says, it's a Caesar salad mix that I just threw a chopped mushroom into. Oh, sick, dude. Mushrooms are kind of underrated. I love mushrooms. That sounds delicious, dude. Yeah, I gotta get some mushrooms sometime. But yeah, as you can see, I was, yeah, what I was saying, dude, like we're doing really, really good merch orders. This is just the past 2 days, dude. I can like do a whole Halloween costume. You know what I mean? So, if anybody is here, you ordered a package recently, I'm gonna pack it tonight. And thank you so much. I really appreciate it. What's up, James? Hi, dude, thanks for stopping by, James. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Merch mummy, yeah, exactly, Skyer. That's what I had in mind. Yeah, before we start talking about Spotify Wrapped, I'm gonna let people come in because I definitely want to talk about everyone's Spotify Wrapped. Well, I guess we can get started. Before I guess talk about mine, I mean, I want to hear yours. Anyone have any, like, what was everyone's like top artists or top 5 artists and their Spotify Wrapped or like favorite songs? What was your listening age? That's what I was going to talk about later, but I know Simple Hideo was playing Destiny, but if you get a second, I'd be curious to know yours. You too, Skyer. And James says, didn't watch the last stream yet, nor the survey answer vid. Need to get to it. Yeah, man, whenever you get a chance. You know, it's all there just for whenever, what's it called? Whenever you're like feeling it, you know what I mean? So like never feel pressured to like watch all of it, you know what I mean? Just see if you're interested. Shrimp Buffet, dude, it's good to see you. Dude, how you been, man? It's been a little bit. I hope you're doing good. Hope you're having a sick day. Thanks for stopping by. Dude, your name is still super sick, Shrimp Buffet. I was thinking about the other day. And Skyer, you actively avoid Spotify most streaming. I feel you on that, dude. I really do. I listen to, what's it called? Honestly, most of my listening is on CDs in my car. And then probably, you know, Spotify makes it easier to do this, like the whole music on the stream and stuff. So yeah, I'm like 50-50. I don't know. I use it just to like stopgap in between physicals and stuff. And I also have my own like private music server. I used to be a software engineer, so I spun up my own like VPS, virtual private server, to like listen to my own like city pop and stuff like that. So yeah, music streaming, I'm like 50-50 on. It's kind of funny. But what's it called? James says, my Spotify Wrapped is kind of skewed. I didn't use much compared to my MP3. I feel you on that. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm the same boat. Yeah, like I was just saying, I have like a private server too, so I upload MP3s to it, and like it's still like streaming, but it's like my own private collection that I stream. It's pretty fun. And yo, Rampage, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Use the Monster Type Zero emote. That's good to see. Shrimp Buffet top artist was S3RL. I don't think I'm familiar with them, dude. I'll have to check them out. That sounds sick. And dude, Eli got top 20% or top 0.2 MJ listener on YouTube Music. That's sick, dude. That's super dope. Yeah, I gotta listen to more MJ. I gotta race you for that because, dude, MJ is sick. Hi, Roses. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Simple Hideo top 5 artists are Salute, Disclosure, Jungle, Barb Walters and Zy Cowan. Dude, Zy Cowan's super sick. I love Barb Walters. Disclosure, super sick. We were talking about them last stream, 3D Blast. That's sick, man. Yeah, we got some of the music taste. That's what's up. Rampage uses title. Yeah, title's sick. I need to like, I've actually never like, what's it called? Like, ever subscribed to it. I only like checked it out a couple times, but yeah. I mean, it's just because, you know, I have to use Spotify because like that's what most people use. Since, you know, like I know we're all cool, but you know, like just when you try to like get your music out there, like, you know, most people, if I'm like, hey, you should, you know, check out my song, they're always like, what's the Spotify link? So I kind of have to use Spotify just to hit the most common denominator, if that makes sense. But yeah. What's it called? So these are all organized. And then James said, I mostly use Spotify, listen to podcasts. I feel you on that. I'm like a YouTube podcast person. So most of the podcasts I watch, I'm always just watching the video version. And then I have YouTube Premium, so I can like turn the screen off, which is like a funny feature to even mention as a feature, but yeah. Skyer says, most of the sick Bandcamp for the most part, like having music on a hard drive. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, whenever I can't upload my own music to that server thing I like spun up, I'll just use Bandcamp. So a lot of like, you know, when I'm like in the mood to listen to my like own works in progress and stuff, or like demo stuff, or like, you know, the holiday gift, like last year's Yam Jams, I really like. So I'll go, like, I remember like in July, I was like, dude, I want to hear the Christmas Vaporwave song I made for the Kaiju Club. So I'll use Bandcamp for that. Trip Buffet, just doing good. Just been sleeping much earlier and planning my Philly trip. Hey, I leave on the 6th and taking a bus for like 4 days. Yo, dude, good luck on the bus trip. I hope you have fun. I've never been to Philly myself. I really want to visit one day. I know so many people from out there. I mean, like both, you know, just so many different people. Music friends. I've mentioned to Simba Hideo, like, you know, I got family friends out there. Yeah, I'm excited for the day I can also go to Philly. But yeah. And James, should I just DM you a screenshot of my top 5 songs, albums, or is it too personal? No, you can feel free to send it over. If you don't mind though, send me an email. Because that would, I don't know, there's so many DMs. But yeah, if you send me an email, I can get back to you when I check it out and stuff. But I'd be stoked to hear about it, James. Like, for real. I always find it, like, super interesting. Eli says, totally should, man. If I would recommend an album, I recommend the History album of Sick. I think it was, like, S3. Yeah, I'll find it. Let me see it right now. S3RL History album. So when I rewatch the VOD, I'll definitely look it up. Yeah, I still got to look up from the last VOD. Frogger the Great Quest, which I think Skyer mentioned, and Fossil Fighters, which I forgot who mentioned it. But yeah, I don't know. I got like a little bit of the things to look up, but I'll definitely look that up too, because I do it every time. I really do be looking it up. But Super Hideo said, if any listening platform had more connectivity between platforms like Spotify, I'd definitely switch. I feel you on that. And, hey, Korean Duder W. I think it was Korean Duder that mentioned, yeah, exactly. Okay. Right as you said it, I was like, yeah, Korean Duder says Fossil Fighters. That's funny. But, all right, cool. We're packing. I think let's do vinyl first. You know, doing vinyl sounds fun right now. Actually, no, I got to pack out, or let me do this one real quick. Print out this one by Trey. Shrimp Buffet says, hope you get to go there. It's been going to be my first visit, and I really hope, oh my God, and I hope I really enjoy it. I think I may move there someday since all my friends and partner live there, but that's just a thought. Hey man, you never know. You know, life can take you to all kinds of places. That would be super sick. Korean Judah says to hydrate and stretch. Hey, thank you. Ugh. Yeah, I'm stretching. Yeah, today, what have I been up to today? I've been running around all day today. Like I had to drop, so low-key I messed up. I meant to on Wednesday drop off Tuesday's orders, but I ended up like hanging out all day. But I guess real quick, Eli, not like hanging out, like, I'll tell you right now. Eli says, if you want something chill and relaxed, I listen to Music and Me. It's different from most MJ albums. It's his 3rd album. I probably heard it because there was some point where I listened to every single Michael Jackson song on Spotify. So like when I really get into an artist, like I listened to every Stevie Wonder song, like, you know what I mean? And one that took a long time, dude, I listened to every single Prince song. And like, here's something I've been wanting to say for a little, I should have brought up with 3D Blast, but, oh, am I dropping frames? Dude, what? Let's see. No, we're not. Okay, I think in the beginning I was dropping frames. I'm sorry. I was looking at my stats for OBS. Anyways, but I'm excited to tell you all this. So before we started streaming on Tuesday, 3D Blast and 3D Blast was like talking about like the integrity of like a sample and stuff. Cause like keeping it real, like you'll hear some songs and like, you know, they'll sample stuff, and sometimes it'll be just like pretty much the whole song, just like with a kick behind it. Like a really good example of this, and like I'm very like, I think the context and the story of the song is just as important as the song itself. What's it called? Tiny. Okay, I'm gonna look it up real quick, just so y'all can look it up too if you want. Adamantium. Oh yeah, so there was a TikTok song by Deadman, and like it was like Japanese letters called Amayowu, and it's the and then it's just a slightly sped up version of Tiny Little Adamantium, which is like a song, like an actual like bossa nova song by like a Japanese artist. The dude like ripped it, added like some trap drums and sped up a tiny bit, and like that song went viral, and the original didn't. So the guy, you know what I mean? So like it gets real like questionable, but like I don't know. Like I do think retroactively there should be some type of like payment to the original like record label and like artists of the original song. But yeah, the original song's called Tiny Little Adamantium by Shibuyan Records. It's like one of my I want to play it at a Future Funk show so bad. But yeah, so this other producer like pretty much like, I'll admit he like ripped the song pretty hard. But I'm the kind of person where it's like, well, if he never ripped the song, it never would have went out and like did what it did, right? So, and on top of that too, there is some type of merit to like, he took a song that's like bossa nova and just made it like slightly trap, and it just hit different for people. And it was around the time when TikTok just first started out. So like, you know, I feel like there's so many puzzle pieces that need to come together to make a song, you know what I mean? So, and it's more than just like the melody and the whatever. That's just my take. So then a lot of people oftentimes point to music like that and be like, that was so lazy. Like all they did was blah, 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 blah. Like, you know what I mean? I bet you only took you like 5 minutes to make that song. So I was like, you know, like sometimes people be a little, you know, they talking whatever they want to talk, whatever BS and stuff. But funnily enough, it was through listening to Prince's whole discography where I was like, these people don't know what they're talking about. Because, dude, if I'm not mistaken, there was 1 year where Prince released 3 albums. And I was like, dude, what? So that means, you know, like as much as like, you know, not that like I think Prince did anything less work or anything. I'm sure Prince was just putting in like a lot of work, but like, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, people would be like, oh, you can release a Vaporwave album every year because you just sample. But it's like, dude, Prince can release 3 and made everything himself. You know what I mean? It's like, it's less about like, you know what I mean? Yeah, so Korean Duder is like, yeah, not only, Prince was insane. He was super talented, but also I guess the point I'm trying to make is that like, you know, there is like levels to this. Like, yeah, if you're a guy who's really good at sampling, you can produce music hella fast, but that doesn't mean you can't be Prince and like compose everything hella fast too. You know what I mean? So I don't know, music is like, yeah. Exactly, Roses. It is a tricky situation. You know, you're towing a line. I don't think there is a right answer. It's a really nuanced thing, but there's still a lot of thought that goes into it. You know what I mean? And like, you know, I would argue that like, I don't know, like, yeah, I don't know. But to me, I was like, Prince could pump out music just as fast as like a Vaporwave artist, which I thought was like hilarious. Yeah, you know what I mean? So yeah, let's pack this one first. Let's pack Trey. Yeah, Trey got all 3 CDs, some stickers, and a keychain. So shout out to Trey. Excuse me. But yeah, oh yeah, so Wednesday, I just dropped off all the Tuesday orders because Wednesday, it was like wild. I had to wake up. I had to like stretch out my back because I got back problems because I'm an unk. And then after that, I think I had to do something. I think I had to eat food. Like yesterday was so busy that I was like, when am I gonna have the time to eat food? You know what I mean? So I think I ate food while I talked to another friend who needed my help with a video game they're making. They're building like a really wild, like, I don't know, it's interesting. Okay, let me reply to Korean Duder says, I would credit you, Groovy, if I blew up and ripped a sample. Well, thank you, Korean Duder. I appreciate it. I would honestly just be like, hey, hell yeah, dude. That's what's up. Yeah, that's sick. Thank you, dog. But yeah, the game my other buddy's working on is that, so he's working for, like, he ended up getting a startup thing where it's like a medical devices company. And what it does is that, like, it scans your body to have like a 3D model of your body. So like doctors can like, you know, not have you be there, but yet like make notes about certain parts of your body or something like that. It's wild. But he has to show it off to like some investor or something per the guy who made the machine. So he turned the body scanner into like an automatic like import you into a fighting game thing. So he was like asking for my feedback on that. And then we hadn't talked for a while. So then we talked for a bit. And like immediately after it, I had to go skate with another friend. I had to get home till like 10 p.m. It was just like, yeah. I had it really busy. Like this whole week has just been like nonstop, go. And then now we're here streaming. But now that we got like a bunch of people here too, real quick too, before just emailed your results. Hey, thank you, James. Well, actually, let's talk about that first. Thanks for sending over your results, James. I'm gonna check them out. Well, I guess I can check them out real quick, but I'll reply to you properly, actually, in a little bit. But I guess the title of the stream, just in case anyone's like watching the thing, I don't want to like tease anybody. Oh, hey, dude. So first, James' top song was Alone in the Universe. Thank you, James. So it's my song. I appreciate it. Sonic Mania, dude, it was Groovy to the Galaxy and Sonic Mania. That's the top albums. That's sick, dude. I hope you don't mind me revealing. And dude, I'm your number 4 artist. Let's go. I don't want to reveal too much. And Sega Sound Team. That's sick. Wait, I'll reply to it properly, James. But dude, thank you for sending this over. Oh, I didn't reveal too much, but yeah, dude, Triple Fade, that was insane, dude. It really was. And Triple Fade, one of them days, dude. And Eli wrote the half for the first script I'm making for our YouTube video, but I'm super busy with children's book. That's what's up, dude. Yeah, I want to get into like script writing for videos, because like for all the stuff I do for this, it's all just off. It's just me babbling. All like the Kaiju clip videos, all the muscle videos, all these streams. But I think I could benefit from learning how to write a good script. But yeah, I don't know, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so Spotify Wrapped for the title of the stream. One thing, I don't know what y'all feel about that. I already mentioned a little bit, but I don't know how y'all feel about this. But so I posted my results on Spotify, but I mean on Instagram. But the big thing I want to say was the listening age thing. Did y'all see that? I thought that was wild, because like I feel like that was like kind of like outing people, for lack of better words, of like their listening taste. Because I feel like if you got like an older listening age, what I noticed, a lot of people would like listen to like AC/DC and like Linkin Park and stuff like that. Yeah, ageist. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess, but you know what I mean. But and then I got 19, and I was like, does that mean like I'm a child? Or does it mean that I'm just like really listening to like only new music? You know what I mean? So like, I feel like no matter what age number you got, you can be judged based on it. I'm like, damn, Spotify, why'd you have to do us like that? You know what I mean? Like now, you were 67? Yeah, see? Exactly. Like, I don't know. I got 19, dude. I'm like, I don't know if I should be proud of that, or if I should just be, yeah. Strip of fate. Age is just a number, me and my friends lose it. Yeah. Yeah. Korean Duder Unk 19. I know, dude. I got 19. Strip of fate 22. Yo, let's go. Okay. I'm the youngest though. I'm a baby, dude. What's it called? Oh, and James says, because I frequently listen to all 3 of your albums, Groovy, Aviscerall, and Ichi, I got all 3 of your vids. Also, I don't mind mentioning. Okay, cool. Sick. But yeah, but okay, I'm glad I didn't reveal too much. But dude, I'm glad to hear you got all 3 of the vids. It's just me like in the same exact. You know, Spotify, when you get like your top artist video, it's just like the artist talking to you. Yeah, because I have all these different aliases. I had to film it 3 times, so I hope it wasn't like the same thing 3 times. You know what I mean? So yeah. But Korean Dude got 67. Oh yeah, we said that. James got 57. Yeah. Okay. Cool. It's all over the place, dude. And Zaku, it's a marketing strategy, because we're all talking about it. Yeah, it really is. It is a marketing strategy. And it works extremely well. As a marketer, you know, something of a marketer myself. You know the Spider-Man meme? You know, I'm something of a scientist myself. What's it called? Yeah. The marketing on it is wild, and I feel like every other company wishes they could have what Spotify Wrapped was able to do, because it does work. Like, it's so much free marketing. So yeah, but I don't know. It's just fun though. It you know, as much as it is like, we're all like sharing Spotify's ad for free. I mean, it is fun. I hate to admit it, but that's what I think good marketing is. Like, I know ads. I don't know. This is my. I don't know. As a marketer, so I'm very biased, but I feel like good marketing, like it's fun. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like a magazine, that was just like marketing for the most part. Like, it was just, yeah. If you're doing it right, like people would be like, please show me more ads, for lack of better words. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe everyone's listening to me right now. I have to check the chat and be like, Groovy, stop. No, you're completely wrong. But you know what I'm trying to say. Like, I feel like there's a right way to do it. And I think Rapt is a good example. Yeah, Korean dude or Willem Dafoe reference. Yeah, dude. Yeah, William Dafoe is a G. I love William Dafoe. Rosa says, I'm like around 62, and it said because I like late 70s music. Makes sense because I've been listening to a lot of funk, disco, and jazz classics. That's what's up. Yeah, see, stuff like that yeah, exactly. It's super, super good. Yeah, I listen to a lot of jazz too, but I listen to a lot of like contemporary jazz, funnily enough. But I'm like a really big fan of the Thelonious Monk. That's cool, Roses. That's super sick. I love jazz, and you know, and soul and stuff. But I feel like most of my like older listening is like on like my record collection and stuff. I don't know why, but I feel like I should put in one more sticker. I don't know which one I should put. I know. Excuse me. James says I have Weird Al's vid, and it said because I like late 70s music now, it makes sense. I've been listening to a lot of funk disc. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. Oh my god, my brain jumped between two lines. James said I got Weird Al's video, and it was just him order a burger and fries. Yeah. Yeah, I remember one year he like Weird Al made a video essentially like, oh, now legal. Oh, did you joined and said hi? I'm sorry, but then a bunch of stuff came in. I'm sorry, now legal, dude. Good to see you. I appreciate you stopping by. Hope you're doing good. Yes, I got you on the hydrate, now legal. Thank you, because I was actually getting thirsty. Actually. But yeah, I remember one year Weird Al for their Apple Music or Spotify thing, they pretty much were like, I asked my accountant how much, you know, money I made from Spotify this year, and I appreciate you listening, but I guess in my accountant, and they said I made like $13 or something, and I was like, damn. Which doesn't quite make sense, because I'm like, Weird Al, like, not to like flex on Weird Al, but I'm like, Weird Al, you have more streams than me, and I'm making more than $13. So, you gotta talk to your accountant, bro, but yeah, I think that's what the burger and fries reference was, James. Korean duder, Apple Replay could never. Digital marketing is way different with ads and stuff is bad. Monetization everywhere. Yeah, I do think there is like a too much going on in that realm for sure. But yeah, and I think it's, you know, I think it's a lot of like, yeah, because there's such a saturation of it and everyone wants the next big ad. There, you know, there's be like 10,000 bad ideas before we get like one that people actually want to see and engage with. If I'm allowed to use the word engage, but yeah. A-okay, dude. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping by, checking in and see how life's been treating. Yeah, man, you know, I've been chilling. Just been really busy lately. I was saying that earlier, but yeah. And yeah, exactly, James. James feels me exactly. Marketing for a younger demographic is a balance of like active cringiness. If it's done right, it's glorious. Yeah, exactly. And I think, you know, it's not always done right. But I also think it's like a lot of marketing too is just respecting people in a weird way. Like, you know, they're respectable enough to like make something. Oh, did I run out of bubble wrap? That's a tragedy. I didn't. I would have remembered. Where'd it go? No, I didn't run out of bubble wrap. I'm supposed to be around here somewhere. Otherwise, I guess I'll have to use boxes. Where'd the bubble wrap go? Am I blinded? Can y'all see it? Is there bubble wrap in this room? What's it called? Oh god, yeah. And okay, it's also been cold in the middle of Georgia. Yeah, dude, I bet it's been hella cold out there. It just started getting cold out here in Arizona. But I mean, cold for y'all is probably way different. But what's it called? Yeah, it's been about like mid 40s out here because it's like deserty, so we got like desert cold. Dude, I think I ran out of bubble wrap, but I don't think I ran out last stream. Ah. Oh my god. Do I gotta ship everything in boxes? That's crazy. I mean, we could do it, but... And nobody can see bubble wrap in here, right? I know I'm asking y'all, I'm sorry, but... Yeah. Hydrate triple down? Hey, I got you, dog. Yeah, now Lego, I did hydrate. I said it earlier, and I missed your message when you first hopped in, so my bad. And yeah, Roses makes a good point. All the Spotify talk makes me dislike some stuff about it. I'm also grateful because I wouldn't have discovered you and others. Yeah, I'm glad to hear you discovered it from Spotify. But yeah, and I feel you was very much like I have a love-hate relationship with Spotify too. Like I very much do, because it does make things easier to get your music out there and find new music, but it's also they do some of the stuff that's just dude, can you not please? So I'm real 50-50. I feel like some of the hate they get is unwarranted, and I feel like some of it's not mentioned enough at the same time, if that makes sense. I think I'm out of bubble wrap. And I just forgot to order more bubble wrap. Oh well. Sympathy Dale. Yeah, I feel you on that, yeah. Yo, your personal Dilf. Yoo-hoo, what up, dude? How's it going? Good to see ya. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping by again. Hope you've been chilling and enjoying life and stuff. And James says, Sega's ads for Sonic Racing with King Donnie dealership thing is an example of great marketing, in my opinion. Or when they pulled the classic Sega does. Oh, yeah. Sega does what Nintendo don't is such a bar, dude. Whoever came up with that, the Sega department, they should have, I hope they're the CMO of all marketing forever. Because, dude, that guy was cooking. They were cooking, dude. If someone made an ad like that was I don't know, Young Bae does what Groovy don't or something, I'd be fuck, dude. It's GG's. You know what I mean? You're damn, they got me good. Not that it's a competition, but you know what I'm trying to say, just as a joke. Dang, dude, we don't have bubble wrap. All right, I'll buy some right now, dude. I'm angry at myself. Discord has strobe lights? Oh, that's cool. Oh, it came up on stream too, that's sick. Groove God, let's go. Genesis does, yeah. Genesis does what Nintendo don't, my bad. Roses, where do you usually keep your bubble wrap? So normally I have it right here, or right over here near the stickers. And then I always have a stockpile back inside the dungeon. But I guess I grabbed the last one and forgot to order more, and now I feel a little silly. But I mean, it doesn't ruin anything, because I have I'll just have to do boxes with stuff paper, but it's just I don't know, I like bubble wrap because I don't know, I feel it not only does it keep it safe, but it also just shows that hey, I care about it getting safe to you, you know what I mean? But I don't know. If anyone's it came broken, why choose bubble wrap? I'm watch the stream, man, I tried, I'm sorry. I ran out. I just forgot to order more. But thank you, Roses, I appreciate it. Spencer, Bay, don't hurt him. I know, right? But dude, it's good to see you, Spencer. Hope you're doing good. It's been a while. Dude, I know you, if I'm not mistaken, Spencer, you came by when I was first testing out the stream, and I feel bad because you were yo, what's this? And I immediately stopped streaming right as you said hi, because I was trying to test something. So my bad. I think I hope I messaged you back and was my bad, we're gonna stream soon. But before I announced it too, it was just kind of silly. All right, so this bubble wrap wouldn't come fast enough. I needed ASAP. Dang. All right. Well. All right. My bad, y'all. We're watching the Groovy Kaiju tries to figure out how to order bubble wrap. How many producers does it take to order bubble wrap? You know what I mean? Oh, what? James says, I like Spotify's recent change on the app of allowing you to directly listen to a track instead of starting a shuffle is a blessing. That should have happened years ago. Oh yeah. Are you talking about the free version of Spotify? Or was that a thing Spotify wouldn't let you listen to a track on certain playlists or something? Because I think the free version of Spotify, yeah, they don't let you. That was kind of the gotcha. They try to get you to pay for it. I'm not mistaken. Skyer. I'm sorry. I read it and I laughed because it was I couldn't handle it. That was funny. But just Skyer says Genesis, what did Dennis say? That's my kind of humor, just absurdist, what? But yeah. Kevin, and the disco. Now it's too easy. Okay, Sega president claimed that the Genesis does promo again. Nintendo was too aggressive, but I don't care. I feel that, yeah. Yeah, the Attitude Era where they were just like everything must be extreme. Yeah, they were kind of wild, and every once in a while, where I was like, damn, y'all are really going in. All right, so this next bubble wrap, dang, it's not gonna be here till Wednesday. Oh, I guess that's what it is. All right, go to cart. Spencer, I thought I just came in late. It's all good though. Okay, yeah, my bad. I'm glad that that's all good. I appreciate you understanding, Spencer. No, you didn't come in late at all. It was me like testing things out back in the day. And Super Dale got an Amazon Prime it. Yeah, I wish there was I wish I didn't have to use Amazon, but yeah, not that I'm like anti-Amazon, but I don't know, there's no like better way to like get business supplies, honestly. And I've talked to a bunch of other like small business people, and they're always like, yeah man, you just gotta, that or like they say you use eBay, which I'm like, I don't know if I want to get like secondhand bubble wrap. You know what I mean? So yeah, your personal Bill. Your name is so sick. I gotta ask, how did you begin to learn how to make beats? Like, was there a certain YouTube playlist you looked at for forums or you learned from? Thanks for asking, dude. Yeah, I learned how to make beats from kind of trial and error, low key. The first thing before I used FL Studio to make music, I found this thing called Linux Multimedia Studio, which was like an FL Studio clone, but like it was completely free. And I kind of got my feet wet with that. And I would just like poke around it a bunch. So really, I really did learn it like trial and error, and every once in a while I would watch YouTube videos. But for the most part, it's just like, yeah, just poking at stuff, talking to friends and YouTube videos. But these days, like there's so many good, because back when I started, it was like 2010. So I think YouTube was only 4 years old by then, right? So there wasn't really that many like tutorials and stuff like that. You just kind of had to figure it out. So because of that, yeah, but there's so many good resources now. Like honestly, if you were to start today, I would say just go find like a course or something. I'm not gonna lie to you. I would say, because learning from YouTube, it's good, and it's good because it's free, but also like, I like online courses, I'm not gonna lie. Like if you can find a good one, it's just like, you know, you just sit down and go through the whole thing. It's like a really good way to learn something. So yeah, if I were you, I would say try an online course, but I don't know, because the only problem with me learning it by doing trial and error is that now I have like all these weird, like I'm a lot slower than I could be and stuff like that. But now I have all these weird, like, I guess maybe it's to my benefit, but I have all these weird ways to use FL that my friends are always like, why? You know what I mean? So yeah, anyways. Shrimp buffet always pissed you off? Yeah, I feel you on that. What were we talking about that pissed you off? Oh, it wasn't Amazon. I don't know, man. I'm getting lost in the chat. My bad, Shrimp. But Dennis the Menace loves to play the Genesis. Hey. Oh yeah, dude. Genesis was a classic. And Eli says, take me back to Shinjuku's top 3 Groovy Kaiju songs. Thank you, dog. I appreciate it. Here, put some tape on this box. Dang, we ran out of bubble wrap. That or it's somewhere like dumb. And I just put it somewhere silly after I was done talking to 3D Blast on Tuesday. I'm going to Discord them and be like, it's your fault. That's how we joke around. But yeah. A-okay. I vow to hit more songs here, so you'll be on my 26 unwrapped. Believe it with the parappa the rapper. Hey man, yeah, thank you. I appreciate you wanting me to get you on your rap. Yeah, dude, no worries. You know, I'd be stoked to be on there. But no pressure, you know, we're chilling. Listen to what you want to listen to, you know, we're over here chilling. But I am glad that you want to listen to my stuff more. That means a lot, dude. Thank you, for real. And James, quick trip to Walmart. Let's go. Dude, honestly, I have a buddy that also streams. Their name is, what's it called? Do you know what I'll do? I have all this bubble wrap right here that I can just reduce, reuse, recycle. Because this order in particular, I would hate to just like, I don't know. Because the other ones I can kind of get away with. You know, maybe I will just reduce, reuse, recycle. My bad, y'all. The great bubble wrap thing. But yeah, James said a quick trip to Walmart. I have another buddy out here in Phoenix. We're like acquaintances. His name's Uncle Joe. We rated him once, but they recently did a trip where they did a stream where they went to Micro Center and they like streamed the whole thing and like bought a computer. And I was like, dude, I wish I could do that with y'all. But I would just be afraid to drive and stream. You know what I mean? But they're like an OG on Twitch, so they could do a lot better than me. All right, and of course, this bubble wrap is all hard to get off. All right. Shrimp Buffet is an agreement to getting me on their Wrap 2026. Thank you, dog. I appreciate it. And all the Groovy the Galaxy emotes. Shrimp Buffet, I make a little song. Oh my god, some small songs. That's a tongue twister. On a little website called Beatbox. It's a bit limiting, but once you mess around with the settings, it frees up a bit and makes things a lot easier. Great for chiptune. That's sick. And oh, the Spotify shuffling thing. Yeah, I feel you. Yo, Aloe, dude, thank you for the grabbing some stuff, man. I appreciate you. If you're here, what's it called? But yeah, that's cool. You found Beatbox. Yeah, making chiptunes and stuff. That's something I want to get into. There's like all kinds of like cool devices, like the Polyen. There's like a chiptune making device where it's like they're called trackers. I want to like try to make music like that with like a tracker or something, because it's like a fun way to like think about your music. But the only thing about stuff like hardware and other like platforms is really like, I feel like a lot of my music sauce is in mixing and mastering, and I feel like a lot of programs like skip that part, or they expect you to bounce the stems out to like FL or something to do the proper mastering process. And I'm like, but dude, that's what I think makes the song for like me, I think, at least. So it's been hard for me to like switch away from FL just because of that one reason. But yeah. All right, cool. We're gonna reuse all the bubble wrap we currently have. And this is just enough, which is kind of perfect. Hey, there we go. James says you make it work around the stuff that's been streamlined, but now it's a case of if it works, why fix it? Exactly, dude. That's a lot of like my life process is like, if it works, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know what I mean? Especially with like music and like tech stuff. Yeah, James gets what I'm saying. And that's the thing about my music processes. I'm just kind of like, it works for me, so. But if I were to start over, I would actually try to learn it the right way, because I have friends that learned today, and like I feel like they're a lot more efficient, and their stuff sounds like just as dope, if not doper. So yeah. AOK says, who's your top listen on Spotify? Reuse it, don't lose it. Yeah, with the bubble wrap. Let me check. My top, I posted it today on Instagram, but I'll check on there real quick. I think it was Pink Panthers, right? I'll just check the Instagram post. Yeah, my top 5 artists were Pink Panthers. Number 2 was Groovy Kaiju. I don't know who that guy is, but I'm kidding. Number 3 was Tyler the Creator. Number 4 was Ichi Mafia, so I got myself twice. And then number 5 was Pizza Hotline, who is a really amazing like vaporwave, vapor adjacent drum and bass artist. I listen to them like all the time, like when I'm working and stuff like that. Like whenever I'm like, you know, doing something and I'm like, I need to like lock in and write this email, I put on Pizza Hotline, because like it just gets me like beyond focused on something. And then my top songs was number 1 was Thunder Breathing, which is an Ichi Mafia song off of the album we dropped this year. This album, we dropped it this year, of me and Navi. So Thunder Breathing is like honestly my favorite song from the album. Second top song was called Rar.mp3 by an artist named Marshall4. They're like a hyperpop artist, and I absolutely love their stuff. Like, I love Marshall4 so much. They're like hyperpop, but it's more like soulful. It's like if like soul and hyperpop, they found like that right like in between, like neo soul. I don't want to say neo soul, but I don't know. It's just really, really, really good stuff. So I would highly recommend it. And then next top song was Sucker Free by Tyler the Creator off of Don't Tap the Glass, then Ring 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 Up, Don't Tap the Glass, and then Stars by Pink Panthers. So yeah, that's my Spotify. Thanks for asking, dude. Simply Hideo, yeah, wouldn't recommend. All right, at least, please, no reading, chat, and driving. Yeah, exactly, Simply Hideo. Thanks for wanting me to stay safe, man. Yeah, because I don't know. I'll admit, I would be tempted. I would be very tempted to do it, but I know I shouldn't. I don't know, maybe if I could like, well, we should probably, you know, maybe I'll put like a Kaisenat and have someone drive us. Well, you know what I mean? We could all go together that way. But you're a person though, Dilf. No way you're in the Phoenix area. Do you ever perform live at all locally? Yeah, I'm in Phoenix, dude. It's been great. I just moved out here in February, and I'm like honestly kind of loving it. It's been really fun. But performing live locally, not yet. I've been waiting for like the right time and like person to come out and reach out like for me to go play. But yeah, I haven't met like the right person, like the right match, or the, I'll be honest with you, like the right offer. I got offered like once or twice, but either it's been like a DIY thing, and like I know I hate to admit this, but what I kind of realized is that like when you play a show in like an area, you can only do so many to like get like the full like, you know, juice out of it. Because it's like I used to play a show in LA once a month, and it was like really hard to get people to come every single time, which is like I'm not like mad about it, but it's just like, hey, I know, like if Pink Panthers could perform down the street from me every month, I probably wouldn't go every month. You know what I mean? But the first time I would definitely be there. But then like after a while, like, you know what I mean? So like you kind of have to like, you know, be real careful with like who you say yes to when it comes to playing a show, especially if it's like something local. So I've been waiting for like the right, you know, person to come by to make it, you know what I mean? And, yeah, money be moneying, but also just like experience wise too. You know what I mean? Like in terms of like, there's people, not even like, I mean, money is a part of it, I'll admit, but like also just in terms of like getting people out, like drawing a crowd. It's like you have to be very particular about who you work with and like the venue and all that. I don't know, I've gotten burned enough times to be like very like calculated about shows I say yes to, unfortunately. But fortunately too at the same time. So yeah, but also too, I used to run my own shows, and part of that too is just, that's where money is moneying, because it's just more about like my own time and resources to book my own shows and stuff. So yeah, but yeah, thanks for asking, Dilf. And James, which chat do you primarily check, Twitch or YouTube? I check them both. So on the screen, James, you might notice like all the chats here, this is, I combine them all low-key, which I'm not supposed to do low-key, but I combine them all. So because of that, I have like this whole little thing right here on the side, if you're on Twitch and YouTube, or down, or no, it's on the side here on Instagram too. But this thing on the side, it's actually Instagram, Twitch, and YouTube all combined. So I don't check any of the chats. I just check that feed, but like on my computer. Like it's like this exact same wall of text, but on this computer and on an iPad over there. So I check them all the same. So whatever your personal preference is in terms of your experience, James, works best for me. But yeah. Hey, okay, Pink Panthers is dope, but who's that Groovy Kaiju guy? Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you like that joke. And hey, okay, I hope I'm my own top listener on YouTube on the music side. I feel you on that. Yeah, I'm hoping, because I watch all the VODs, I hope I end up being my own top like watcher on YouTube next year. And Korean dude says to stretch. Thank you, dog. I appreciate it. Ugh. Stretch this arm too. Dilf says it's the best time of the year when the heat wave is long past. I'll definitely get some tickets for some friends and I if you ever do. All right, yeah, I appreciate it, man. Like for real. Thank you so much. Yeah, I really do want to play a show. It's just, you know, finding the right like everything to make it work. And that's be stoked to meet you there, dude, and hang out, have a good time. We can talk, listen to some music. It'd be fun. But yeah, I was thinking about hitting up. And another thing is too, I'll be honest, Dilf, I'm also in like an interesting position because I thankfully now have like the show experience. So like, you know, like most venues take me serious if I hit them up like, hey, I want to play a show here. But like a lot of venues out in Phoenix have been closing down. So like the connect I had to a venue that I was like, oh, when I moved to Phoenix, like I want to play there all the time. It was Thundercat, but that closed down because of like, you know, just business life stuff happens. Oh, and water, my bad, Korean duder. So since that venue closed down, I can't really work with them no more. Endgame just closed down, which is another like, you know, would have worked really well for like a future funk, like anime gaming thing. They just closed down too. So yeah, so a lot of the venues that like I kind of had played at before or I had a connection to, a lot of them closed. And like I've been to like some of the new ones, like Last Exit out here is like a pretty good venue, but the reason why I said it's like kind of awkward is I don't know how much of a crowd I can pull in Phoenix if I like properly ran a show, but If it like if my numbers are right, I would need a venue like Last Exit would be too small. I think I explained this once, but I'm like right at like the weird like balance point where like to go bigger than like a 250 cap venue, you have to work with like Live Nation and like the major music industry. And I'm completely independent, so like, and I don't think I should book bigger than 250 out in Phoenix, but at the same time, like it's right there where you don't want to like do too small, because then then it sucks when like ticket sell out or something. But you don't want to do too big where the venue's mad at you. Like you have to, the shows, dude. It's like the hardest thing of music. It's so hard. But yeah, that's my ramble about booking shows. Okay, says my wife and her girlfriend are on the way to Monica. Brandy tore up in Atlanta. Oh, but the Uber vehicle ran hot, and now they're walking to the concert. Oh, dang, that sucks, dude. I'm sorry to hear, but hopefully they make it there. I mean, it sounds like it's gonna be worth it. Monica and Brandy are sick, dude. That's a sick show. I wish I could see Monica and Brandy in Atlanta too. I bet it's gonna be wild. Thank you, Trey. Heck yeah. Trey, if you're watching this, I appreciate you, dude. And oh yeah. 47 minutes, one order, let's go. Yeah, thanks, Trey. I like saying, I have a friend named Trey. They're like one of my good buddies out here, so I'm like, oh, yo, Trey. It's not them. This Trey lives, funnily enough, in a direct line east of me. Like if I just walked in a straight line east, I could deliver it, but it's many, many states over. All right, now we're gonna do some vinyl. I like vinyl. Toyota Corolla didn't get charged for the ride. That's surprising. Yeah, Toyota usually is pretty good about like heat management. Usually it's like, I mean, that's the only downside to Hondas is that they tend to have struggle with like heating issues. So Toyota struggling with heating issues, that's kind of rare. That's a bummer though. I'm sorry to hear that. But that's good that you get charged for. Yeah, I think I charged for the ride. I think that you'd have to like fight them or something. That's or like sue Uber. Like, bro, what? And what did Aloe grab? We just ordered earlier. Aloe people. Or Pepple. Those people. Sick. I'll just put that out real quick. Oh yeah. So we were talking about Spotify Wrapped. I'm sorry, I don't know. So this is like 100 grams of caffeine, and this is like another 100 grams of caffeine. I'm in slow on my caffeine intake for the day. So I'm like double fisting 2 different caffeinated drinks. So it's starting to hit. Sick. All right, we talked about Spotify Wrapped. So I am no longer lying in the title of the video. And the next I want to chat about, so real quick, my bad if you're here, 3D Blast, but if anyone watched the VOD or you were here Tuesday, what did you think of doing the Discord call stream? I Simply Hideo mentioned that the audio was messed up. I did listen, and dude, yeah, I cringed so hard. Because the audio got a robot-y. But if the audio was fixed, do you like you watching this, Korean Duder, Eli, AOK, I mean AOK, if you watch, by any chance you watch the VOD, but Simply Hideo, Roses was there. Do you want to start doing like maybe like weekly special guest streams? So it'll be like the same thing as usual, but I'll invite a friend who also does music, or I'll even be happy to, like, if y'all want to join too. If y'all want to hop on a Discord call sometime while we stream. But yeah, let me know if y'all want to do more of these. Like for example, Zaku, you'd love that? Do it? Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'll watch the VOD. Yeah. Yes, if anything, well, Zaku works right now, but I don't know, we'll figure it out. I'll see if what other music buddies I got that would be down to, they're free on a Tuesday evening. And yeah, exactly, once a week. I wouldn't want to do it all the time, you know what I mean? But I think once a week would be a nice balance. Especially because like Tuesdays are a bit slower, I'm sure y'all have noticed. So yeah. Okay, yeah, everyone's saying yeah, okay, cool, sick. All right, thanks for letting me know. I appreciate it. I'm so glad I could just ask you and just immediately be like, yeah. You know what I mean? That's so much easier. Because like, a lot of y'all are in the Kaiju Club. That's like, the survey is like a whole thing. That's like a 2-week process of like, what do I ask? How do I not waste your time? You know what I mean? So that's like, it's so calculated. So I'm like, okay, and then I get the server, I have to think about it and stuff. So yeah. Zaku, you can swing a Sunday? I mean, sick, yeah. What's it called? All right, sick, I'll keep it in mind. I know we're supposed to catch up again pretty soon, so maybe next time we catch up, we could talk about it. Because what am I doing something this Sunday? I don't think I am, but I don't know. I'll text you about it, Zaku. But yeah, I don't know, I was thinking like I could have like Data Girl, if y'all are familiar with Data Girl. We'd have 3D Blast back on. We do all kinds of cool stuff. Who else do I know? I get Frank. I'm sure Frank would love to stop by, or maybe Frank's busy. I know they're like in Illinois right now or something. Who else? I know Midnight Drift. Midnight Drift might be a little fun. Hit up Fiber. I haven't talked to Fiber in a minute, so maybe they'd be down to do a little collab thing. But I'm glad to hear it was one of your favorite streams, by the way, Roses. Thanks for letting me know. I'm so glad it was, even with the audio issues. Which two would be funny? Simply Down. I know I just listed a bunch of names, so I know for sure when I move the rest of the VOD which two you're talking about. But ask about the iconic pick. That'd be sick. AOK says their top listener on Spotify and I recommend you check them, are Eric B, Jacoby. I know Mitro. In fact, I have a Mitro vinyl. I have to move. Oh, I forgot about show y'all Jermaine, but I have a Mitro vinyl behind Jermaine. Jamiroquai and DJ Fresh. That's sick. Yeah, no worries about Spotify, okay, but that's sick. Oh, 3D and Data Girl. Oh, yeah, dude. Okay, cool. I'm glad you mentioned that. Oh, that's both of them. I think Data Girl, so she's also a great person to come on stream because she does like professionally like video game audio stuff. So I think she would just be great to like give us insights onto like what it's like to be a for real 9 to 5 video game audio person. And her music is just amazing. I think Sunburn was in like one of my top like 100 songs from her and from Data Girl. But yeah, Jermaine update. Jermaine's doing good. I need to water them later. So don't worry, I'm going to water Jermaine after this stream. I meant to do it earlier today, but I've just been so busy. But yeah, Jermaine's looking healthy. Nothing new about Jermaine. I don't know, I think we're looking good. The only thing I'm getting a little worried about is I'm like, I just leave him in here, Jermaine in here all day. And there's no like direct sunlight because like the way my apartment's shaped, it's kind of funny where we don't get that much sun and it's only have one window right here. But Jermaine doesn't look like they're like leaning, like stretching for the window. So I think Jermaine's gonna be okay. But yeah. A-okay, I'm way on the East Coast, but I'd love to check future collab folks with you will feature. I freaking love Mitro and his Dragon Ball Wave. Exactly, yeah. Dragon Ball Wave is sick. I love Dragon Ball Wave too. And Toledo Jermaine. Yay, cool. All right, cool. Thanks, Roses. A-okay with the Michael Jackson eating popcorn. Iconic. All right, cool. Next, we're doing vinyl. I'm sorry. when I'm just hanging out at home, I'm just like doing that all day. But cool. I'm glad we talked about that. Or I want to talk to you all about that. And then and I did fix the audio too. What I think the issue was is like Randy was saying, or 3D Blast was saying, I think what I found out is essentially, I don't know, it's like technical audio stuff, but I think the sample rate of Discord was different from OBS and like essentially it was overlapping and like it just didn't know how to sync itself. So yeah. A-okay, I hope by next year I'll purchase a vinyl player. Yeah, dude, they're a lot of fun. It's just a really fun way to experience music. You know what I mean? Because like it's a lot more intentional of a listening experience. So yeah. And Eli says, "What's Dragon Ball Wave?" Hey, dude, me and A-okay about to put you on, dude. It's just a really sick like beat tape by a guy named Mitro that has a lot of like Dragon Ball like influences. So a lot of like Dragon Ball sounds, and just the vibe that's really chill. Like it kind of feels like you're on. Well, I guess Goku's from Earth, or they live on Earth. But like, I don't know, when you listen to it, you feel like you're in, you know, like for example, that one scene where like Goku and Gohan had to like stay Super Saiyan, and they're just like chilling by the water. Like that's how the whole album feels like. It's super awesome. I know it's like a really specific visualization of the album, but yeah, it's really good. I check it out. Okay, some reason Discord sound mixer is wonky. Yeah, it really is. I'm honestly, the way I think I fixed it is I'm just gonna like for real just use Discord for browser and just like capture the browser window and just completely avoid trying to use Discord audio or Discord the app, because the app just, I don't know, dude, it blows. Skyer has to get a new vinyl player too. The current one's dying on you. I feel that. Yeah, I had like a couple. Thankfully, I had like the Audio Technica LP 120, like the direct drive one. It's been doing really good for me, thankfully. But yeah, I have had some die on me in the past, so I feel you on that, Skyer. Rosa says Discord is weird. I've ran into a lot of issues while watching stuff with my friend. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like Discord's kind of the best, but it's also like interesting. What's it called? AOK says songs inspired by Dragon Ball Z. It's hella dope. We need the Mitro Groovy Kaiju mix. Yo, yeah. I mean, that'd be super sick. Yeah, I'm gonna do a bunch of like 2026 planning, like probably this weekend. And like so far, I think I do want to collaborate more. So I might hit them up and see what's up, because that would be sick. Definitely got like the same vibes going on. And Eli says, sounds badass. I love that scene. Yeah, dude. It is like an iconic like GIF too. That would be tough to do. And Korean dude, did you ever check out the CD player you talked about? Yes, I remember I watched the VOD. It was the Emerson MS something, right? Was it that one? So I did look it up, and it looks like hella like, I don't know how to describe it, but it looks, yeah. I remember looking at it, it was pretty sick. If it was the Emerson, because there was like someone else that mentioned, okay, yeah, sick. Hey, I did look it up. See, I remember the name of it. Off the dome, dude. I did look it up. I don't lie to y'all. So yeah. Korean dude, you're goated, man. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I watched it back, like a week ago. Because I watched it back, I like took the time to look at it, and I think I found one on Reddit. I mean, like someone made a whole Reddit thread about it. But James said, trying to post more on Instagram because I'm not much social media savvy, just posting my top albums. That's what's up, dude. Yeah, I feel you on that. That's also been something I've been trying to do, especially with like the streaming stuff, is like take the time to post more on Instagram. Because for a little bit, I was very like, only like post when I have like something to say. Don't just like post just to post. You know what I mean? But I've kind of like come around to being like, you know what? Like, why not? Why not post more? But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. That's sick. We're on the same vibe, James. Oh, Shrimp Buffet. There's a Discord rap? I didn't know there's a Discord rap. That's sick. 1,718 hours in calls. That's wild. That's super sick. You have a lot of friends that also just kind of like spend a lot of time in Discord calls, just hanging out and stuff. That's dope. AOK says, well, my wife is away and my oldest baby keeps sleepwalking. Happy to stop by and see you again, friend. Take care. Hey, you take care too, dude. Thanks for stopping by as always. It's always good to see you, dog. I hope you have a super awesome rest of your night. And yeah, thanks for stopping by, dude. I appreciate it. Oh no, I'm shipping vinyl and I don't have bubble wrap. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. Anytime, yeah, dude. Yeah, I need to stop by sometime your stream too. Me and Super Hideo, maybe we'll like have to all coordinate together. Do like a Twitch field trip to AOK stream. If that makes sense. Dun, 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 dun. So what else do I want to tell y'all? Oh yeah, so I talked about it a little bit, but I perfected the ice cream recipe. I talked about it a little bit because we were talking about 3D Blast, and 3D Blast was like, "What's that?" But because yeah. But anyways, so I found out the secret was I started using soy milk, and now it's like the ice cream is like ridiculous. It like tastes like exactly like ice cream, like ice cream you would buy out of like the store from like a tub. Soy milk's great, and soy milk has like a lot more protein in it, so it's like perfect, honestly. So yeah, the Ninja, not sponsored, but Ninja Creamy is kind of ridiculous if you also are someone who is lactose intolerant and have like specific stomach restrictions. Just throwing that out there. And yeah, I'm still making like Nesquik protein ice cream, but next I think I want to do like no Nesquik and just use cocoa and like stevia. So it's like 0 calorie essentially. I'm just eating. It's over. It's over, y'all. It's over. But shrimp buffet, yeah, I'm a little chronically online, but at least it's all my friends as well. Lol. Yeah, no, I mean it's fine. No, like for example, the stream on Tuesday, 3D Blast, like they're not like chronically online, but they spend a lot of time in Discord calls too. Like they said, like they'll just work all day and then come home and just who's on Discord is like who they're hanging out with for the day. So yeah, and like the funny thing is too is like I have buddies out here in Phoenix, who like spend a lot of time online, but it's like, dude, you live down the street from me. Just, like, why don't you just come over? Like, why don't we like go do something? Like, nah, man, like what? Why would we hang out in person? I'm like, we live down the street. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, I think it's fine. People just, you know, everyone, you know, just depends. Yeah, it's like funny. I'm like always the one in the friend group that's like, guys, like maybe we shouldn't Discord call. Maybe we can hang out in person. So yeah. But I think there's nothing wrong with that. I think you're not the outlier, Shrimp Buffet, is what I'm trying to say. And AOK says, I'm hella down sick. Zaku with the eyes emoji. Yeah, dude, I'm getting resourceful here to get these vinyls shipped safely. Super Hidel, hey, there we go. Korean dude, I do that with PlayStation Party. That's what's up, dude. Or like the PlayStation voice chat. Yeah, you feel me, dude. Yeah, I think if we're lucky too, we won't need bubble wrap after these vinyl. And then I ordered bubble wrap that'll definitely be here before Sunday, so we'll be okay. Korean Juder, like every day after work with my friend who moved away to a big city. I feel that, yeah. Yeah, what was funny is me and NetNavi, back during college, whenever I would like move away to do like a software engineering internship or something, we would always like hop on like World of Warcraft or something. Like I don't play World of Warcraft really, but it was like our like fun thing that we would do, just to, like kind of interact while we were moved away. And now like me and NetNavi, we just talk every Monday. And I've been going on walks. I don't know, I've just been like kind of, I think I mentioned it a couple times, we've been kind of like burnt out on games lately. I don't know why, which is like very strange for me. So yeah. James, I don't know where I picked it up from, but when I hear the word protein, oh, that's from James, that's from Aggretsuko. There's a character who's like a bodybuilding guy, and his whole catchphrase is he's just like protein. Me and my partner do it all the time because she's like a big Hello Kitty fan. So she was like protein like Aggretsuko. Cause yeah, I do the same thing. I know exactly where that's from. And then, what is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. I feel you. But yeah. Shrimp Buffet says, me and my friends will just call all day and we do our own things. Most of them working on stuff, mostly animation. Oh, that's so sick. They're animators. Or music, or we watch movies or shows together. Yeah, see, that's sick, dude. Yeah, I feel like that's, yeah, Shrimp Buffet, I think that's completely healthy. I think that's super sick. Cause it's like it's almost like y'all are like in the dorms together, like college dorms. That's what it sounds like that kind of vibe, where you just all are like kind of like, what's it called? Like parallel play. I think that's what they call it. In which you and like your friends or like partners or whatever, y'all just kind of do your own thing while like just being in the same space together. I think that's sick. All right, cool. Yes. Okay, Korean dude knows what I'm talking about. Sick. But one random fun story I wanted to tell y'all too, I was thinking about the other day. Actually, let me throw some stickers in this thing real quick. I'll lock in on these stickers for who's this going to? Well, we'll find out their name in a little bit. I feel bad. But one story I want to tell y'all, I have to show you. So I wear oh dang, I got stuff on me. I wear, like, I don't know if you could see it on stream probably, but I wear like a shoelace belt, because like it's a common thing that skateboarders do, is they'll wear like a shoelace as a belt. And my dad used to hate it, because my dad was like, he's like from Compton, so he very much was like more like, for lack of better words, like, well, he dressed like he was on BET, for lack of better words, because that's like what he grew up around. That was what was cool to him. What was cool to me was like skate culture and stuff like that, because I was skateboarding a lot. And he used to always be like, damn, like, why you walk around with a shoelace belt? You make it look like we can't afford to buy you a belt. And I'm like, no, Dad, it's cool. What are you talking about? And he always like made a big stink about like, people are gonna think that you can't afford a belt if you wear a shoelace. And I was like, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with having a shoelace belt, Dad? What's wrong with people thinking that? You know what I mean? But what's funny, and here's where it gets funny, is that as I got older, you know, I started making money doing all the tech stuff, and things were going really well for me. And you know, I mean, I didn't then buy a belt, but like, you know, to seem more professional, to go to places like, you know, business stuff, for like, you know, as like I would like travel a lot to like meet other development teams, be like, hey, you should code with our stuff. So because of my dad used to like ingrain that, was like, don't wear a shoelace belt. I used to bring an actual belt, but like rich people, like when you're making money problems, every time you go to the metal detector, they're always like, oh, you know, don't take your belts off. And they're like, you know, the thing goes off. Like, what do you have on you? How dare you? Like, whatever. So then they like scan and say, oh, it's your belt, even though I just yelled at you 10 seconds ago to take off your belt. So I started wearing shoelace belts again to the airport, because I was like, they never go off of the metal detector. So I was like, I wish my dad was still around, because I would love to tell him, Dad, you wouldn't understand. It's a rich person thing to wear a shoelace belt. When you travel enough, you would understand. Shoelace belt is actually bougie. Because it doesn't sit on metal detectors, so I can get through my day faster. But yeah, James, it's not a phase. Dad proceeds to grow out of phase. Exactly. It's simply yo, honestly, that makes sense. Thank you, dude. Yeah. Pro tip, wear a shoelace belt. Any sporting event, any like, you know, big conference or something, metal detectors never go off, and my pants stay up 90% of the time. No, yeah, it's not the most efficient belts, but I don't ever have to worry about, you know, metal detectors going off or anything like that, because it's just a shoelace. Zaku, damn, you're so hesh. Thanks, man. But yeah. My dad was hella funny. One stream, I'm gonna have like a huge flashback of all the things that happened to my dad, and yeah, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be the greatest. I used to tell so many good stories with my dad in high school. He also had pigeons. You ever seen like super random? Y'all ever watch Mike Tyson Mysteries on Adult Swim? That show was great. But anyways, like there was a character that was like a pigeon, that was like Mike Tyson's pigeon. And that was my dad pretty much. He used to have like a whole pigeon coop in our backyard of all of his pigeons. And it was like funny, because I remember one time, like I guess he had to let the pigeons out to just like go out and hang around and stuff. And I saw the pigeons over my house just like all like hanging out, having a good old time. And for some reason, a bunch of seagulls came over, and like the seagulls were hanging out with my dad's pigeons. I don't know, whatever bird communication they had. And they all agreed to go across the street to like a store, and just saw like a rain of bird poop. It was like disgusting, just a rain of bird poop. And they all flew back, and the seagulls were like, all right, peace, and left. And then my dad's pigeons went back into their coop. And I was like, what did they say to each other? You know what I mean? So yeah. Shrimpleface says my grandma used to do stuff like that too, even though I would always wear boots or long pants that don't show socks. She would get on my ass for wearing mismatched socks for the exact same reason. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, I think it's like an older person. My dad was older, so maybe it's like an older person thing, where they're just like, no, you gotta like make sure you're looking spiffy. Like my dad called the refrigerator the ice box, and I was like, Dad, like you're old, but you're not like 1920s. We hadn't invented refrigeration yet. Old. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah. Yo, Funk Hauser, dude, good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping by. How was your what's your Spotify Wrapped? If you use Spotify, dog. I'd be stoked to hear what your top artists were. And hope you've been doing good since Tuesday. And James, heard of it, never seen it, always thought it'd be funny. Yeah, dude. You don't? Okay, no worries, Funkhauser. But yeah, Agretsuko's pretty good. Like, it has its moments. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, I didn't watch it before, but the ones I did watch were really nice. But it is a little slow. I think it's very much like a put it on in the background type of Netflix show. And Super Hideo. Oh god, it was a joint operation. Yeah, I don't know how the birds communicated that all together. It was crazy. I've also just been like, I don't know. Me and bird poop have like an interesting, relationship. I feel like I've never gotten pooped on by a bird before, but it's come really close. Like every time it's always like a cartoon episode where like it's falling and I'm like, oh, and I'll turn around and it'll like barely miss me or something, you know what I mean? Literally it happened like a week ago. I was like walking on like a little like bike path and like a bird, like I remember for some reason, I think I like tripped on something, like just slowly, and I was like, oh, I lost my balance. And I took one more step and then a bird pooped right where I would have been if I hadn't like just like tripped a little bit 5 seconds, like, a second earlier. And I was like, oh, huh. Yeah, like a guardian angel or something. But sick. How heavy is this? And we can finally reveal who this Monster Tape Zero vinyl is going to. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, it's under a pound. Let's go. This Monster Tape Zero vinyl is going to Darren. Shouts out to Darren, dude. I appreciate you, Darren. Yeah, you don't have Spotify. James talking about Mike Tyson Mysteries. Yeah, Mike Tyson Mysteries is super sick. Yeah, but you said that heard of it, never seen it, always thought it'd be funny. Yeah, Mike Tyson Mysteries, highly recommend that. Me and my college roommate NetNavi, we watched the whole first season. It was hella funny. It's just the way Mike Tyson talks, you know what I mean? It's just hilarious. But Shrimp Buffet, birds can be so evil with that stuff, and I respect it, honestly. Yeah, birds, dude, birds, dinosaurs are descendants, or like the ancestors of birds, dude. They're pissed off because like they used to run everything, you know what I mean? They used to run, this used to be all theirs. You know what I mean? They used to all be theirs, and then somehow we took over. So they're probably salty, dude. So I respect it too. Super Hideo says, they do say if it lands on you, it means good luck, but probably better just to dodge. Yeah, I heard that it means good luck too, but I don't know if that's like, I think it maybe got lost in translation because I don't see how that's good luck. Like it is like, because luck, there's bad luck and good luck. So there is some element of luck. I 100% agree with that, but if it's good or not, I don't know. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know. I think it was maybe like a sarcastic thing that got lost in translation. But Spencer, do you have a favorite Vaporwave rework so far? Dude, thanks for asking. Yeah, what is my favorite so far? It might be Coilovers. I know it's the one that just dropped. So I hope that doesn't count as like a cop-out answer, because it is the newest one. I like Oxygen Man. I kind of like all of them. No, I mean, I do like all of them. I was like, I like all of them. Actually, no, I don't like all of them. I just threw them out anyway. No. Coilovers. I like Oxygen Mass a lot. Chaos Control came out really good, and someone even emailed me from like I think Denmark that was like, yo, like I wake up to the song every morning, and I was like, oh hell yeah, dude. If I had to pick just one, I think Coilovers, because No Oxygen was already kind of like slower, but like Underglow and Coilovers I feel like is like very different, and it's just a nice vibe. I feel like I'm in like car space or something with Coilovers. You know what I mean? But yeah, thanks, Spencer. Eli says, I got shat on by a seagull while out with my Nana and Papa as a kid. Dang. That's a bummer. Well, thankfully your Nana and your Papa were there to at least help you out as a kid. Because you're just by yourself, that would have sucked. Rosa says, I've never seen a close call with bird poop or seen poop fall. I probably didn't pay attention. I mean, that's good. Rosa's has the best luck out of all of us. Roses has such good luck, it doesn't even come into their orbit. That's awesome. And Skyer says, it's good luck for the bird. Probably, yeah. The bird's probably like, oh, hell yeah. I imagine for the bird, it's like, you know, in Call of Duty when you call in the airstrike, it's like, you know, the little thing. And like all like the Call of Duty noises. I would like to think, like, if we actually are all like living in a simulation, like the Matrix or something, I would like to think that, you know, there's like someone like, there's like a weird correlation between like someone playing Call of Duty trying to do like the airstrike and like birds trying to like poop on people. I don't know, that's I'm saying too much. But James says, it's weird if you think about pigeons because they're so associated with urban settings that you can't imagine them at any point before cities become what they were. Yeah, I saw an Instagram reel recently that's kind of like similar to that, where it was like pigeons in like the 1800s, and it was like, "Hello, kind sir, I've come to deliver your letter, and thank you so much for some extra bird seed to help me deliver this message to you." And it's like birds nowadays, it's just like some bird like, you know, like pretty much like just being super city and urban and like dancing at the club and stuff and just like, "Come on, man," like all fight. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, but before the cities, they were messengers, dude. They were pets. They were part of society, low key. It was like the Wizard of Oz times, dude. They could deliver messages. It was awesome. And now they're just out in the streets, taking the subway. This is gonna be correct, but no, I was waiting. But Funkhauser says, "I'm making some homemade air fryer French fries. That sounds good. I'm out of olive oil." No, we're about to see if sesame oil fries are good, which will be like, "Oh no, they are. They definitely are." Just don't use too much because then it'll taste super strong sesame and it'll smell super strong. So lightly oil them if you can. But yeah, dude, sesame oil is gonna be great. If anything, too, if you have MSG, dude, I know we're MSG believers on this stream. Add some MSG and it'll just taste more like, for lack of better words, like Asian-y. That's how I like think of spice. I don't know how y'all think of spices, but I think of like, maybe this is bad, but whenever I'm like cooking and I'm like, oh, I want this to taste more like Mexican or more Asian or more like Italian. That's how I organize spices in my brain. So yeah, I would look in your like spice cabinet and just be like, if you're using sesame oil, just try to make Asian fries. Just go that direction, and I bet they're gonna come out dank. Hopefully I said it soon enough. Taku with the uh-oh emoji. But James, it's like they evolved into existence when cities modernized. Yeah, no, dude, yeah. I see what you're saying. It's time for the birds to start earning their keep again. Yeah, dude. We gotta figure out how to use them. I remember there was like, yeah. We gotta figure out how to get birds helping us out. Rosa says, "I love pigeons. I feel bad they get seen as pests." Yeah. Is that a thing? I don't know. I feel like, what are they? Maybe. I don't know. I feel like I see most pigeons in like New York videos. And even then I feel like the people of New York, like it wouldn't be New York without pigeons, you know what I mean? I think pigeons are like the most respected of the birds. And maybe like crows come second. But yeah, Sibuhido says, "I always think if it's ever a simulation, I want to somehow glitch the system and get superpowers." Dude, I feel you on that. Do you ever think that maybe that's what magic was? Like back in the day? They knew how to glitch the system and that's really what magic was or something? But you know what I mean? I know it's a spicy topic because some people are like, "No, gotta turn the stream off." But yeah. It's all fun and games though. But yeah, that's what I think about. That's what alchemy was, dudes. Like Full Metal Alchemists, they were trying to glitch the system of reality. And they knew how to do it at some point. Shripafe, they were our buddies, so it makes me sad how they were seen as pests. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they were the homies, dude. Messenger pigeons, they had jobs. They were they were functional members of society, and we threw them to the side. Just honestly, maybe that's what Wizard of Oz actually is about. Like Wicked. Maybe it's all just one big like, we gotta think about the pigeons and get them back. And yo, Atlas, dude, thanks for stopping by. It's good to see you. Surprised you're not on Twitch this time? Yeah, no worries, dude. Yeah, you know, whatever platform works for you. I'm probably just like, I assume you're probably just like hanging out. Just want to drop in real quick, say what's up. Dude, good to see you. Rosa says there's some cool types out there like Nicobar pigeon or Western crown pigeon. I love birds, so I had to mention them. Oh yeah, no, definitely. Go mention all the birds. Birds are cool. I saw a post on like there's like a water store, like, you know, if you want to get like filtered water, one of those like, you know, just like mom and pop water stores, and someone put it like a sign that said missing bird, and they had the picture of the bird, and it's like, dude, I don't know. I hope this doesn't sound like bad, but who's gonna find the bird, dude? That's what I want to know. Like, who's gonna be like, oh, that's the photo of the bird I saw. Thankfully, I had a net in my trunk to save this bird, and I'm gonna catch. You know what I mean? Unless they like clip the wings, which is also like its own level of bad. But still, man, I don't think anyone's finding your bird, bro. Like, I'm sorry to say it, but like, you know what I mean? I don't drive around with a net in my trunk to go find missing birds. You know what I mean? Like, if I could help, I would, but. Yeah. But simply though, not ridiculous to say about the categorizing your spices into different cultures. All right, sick. But yeah, that's like my cheat code is that after a while, once I started thinking of my spices like that, it helped a lot. And like then it becomes as simple as like, okay, well, what spices are common in like what culture? And that way it's like, okay, I want to make spaghetti. It's like, well, spaghetti, you know, is Italian. So let me just Google what all the Italian spices are, and then it probably is going to taste good when I put them in there. You know what I mean? And you're good to go. It's like a cheat code. Skyer says, I think magic back in the day was just misunderstood science. I think that too. There's a quote somewhere that's like, you know, they assumed that like magic was technology that they didn't understand yet or something. Like if you were to go back in time and show somebody a cell phone, they'd be like, what's this magical tablet? You know what I mean? And you'd be like, oh, it's from Breath of the Wild. No, I'm kidding. Sky, you beat me to it. I totally read your first message and then read the second one. We're on the same vibe. Sick. To a Victorian child. Dude, being a Victorian child, imagine. Oh, this is just the right amount of bubble wrap. Sick. Yo, are dragons real or nah? I would like to think so. Why not? But also, too, one of my favorite quotes, this is another like thing. I think anything can be real. Cause like, I don't know, what's the not spicy thing to say? I'm trying to think of a character like who's someone super old we wouldn't know. Like a historical figure. I don't know, I'm blanking. But like, you know, I know Zaku with the you killed me with the emoji, dude. You got me good. But like, is Abraham Lincoln real? Like, the example I'm giving is like is who's more real, Bugs Bunny or Abraham Lincoln? You know what I mean? And like, you would probably instinctively go like Abraham Lincoln because like they were an actual real person. But like Bugs Bunny is real to so many people like right now. You know what I mean? I don't know. I guess Abraham Lincoln did have a big impact. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like you could think of someone less important than Abraham Lincoln that's a historical figure, and then my analogy makes sense. So if dragons affect you personally, or the belief in dragons affect you personally, like Santa Claus, then I think they're real. You know what I mean? Because I think what it means to be real is just to like actually have an effect on your like life. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe I'm getting too woo woo, but that's what I think of reality. I don't know. But yeah. I said Abraham Lincoln. Oh no. Sometimes I rewatch the VOD and I'm like, why did I say that, dude? What was I even talking about? Or like, you know, afterwards I'll stop streaming and then I'll be like, oh, why didn't I just think of this person? But sick. This is going to Will. Shouts out to Will, dude, for grabbing a vinyl. Strip buffet, honestly, that. Exactly, dude, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, Zaku, okay, thank you. Yeah, no, you're spitting. So that's why I was like, I can't say Abraham Lincoln, dude, because that's not good. I mean, I almost said George Washington. So, you know what I mean? I almost said George Washington. But I was like, I don't know about that one either. But I'm glad you're feeling me, Shrimp Buffet. Thank you. Yeah, Looney Tunes is sick, dude. I mean, plus, Bugs Bunny played basketball with Michael Jordan. So, I mean, that's pretty real to me. I wish I played basketball with Michael Jordan. That's pretty sick. It's a reference to Space Jam in case someone hadn't seen Space Jam. Oh, I wasn't paying attention, honestly, so I'm going to throw a random Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr. That Alexander Hamilton would have been a good one, too. I want to watch Hamilton, dude. I've actually never seen Hamilton, the musical. Because at first, like, when I heard the concept of it, I was like, this sounds so dumb. But then, like, you know, they did really good. And I remember I had, like, a family friend that was like, oh, I watched it. It was so amazing. And it wasn't until recently that I finally been like, you know, maybe I should just get over myself and watch Hamilton. Because people are saying it's sick. I don't know, like, U.S. historical rap to me is just like, what you talk, like, you know what I mean? That's like, it sounds like my worst nightmare. You know what I mean? Like if I had a dream where all the like U.S. historical figures were rapping on each other, I'd wake up in a cold sweat. You know what I mean? But I need to watch it though, because it's really good. Roses recently watched Space Jam. That's what's up. Yeah, I need to rewatch Space Jam. Because I think I mentioned it, Roses, but I want to do you know, like Fly Like an Eagle from Space Jam, like Fly Like an Eagle. I want to do a remix of that to like play at shows and for the holiday gift this year for the Monster Kingdom Kaiju Club. The Monster Kingdom and the Kaiju Club. They're separate things, but yeah. And James says, I have never seen it until I got with my wife. She's a fan and we watched it on Disney Plus. Hamilton, sick, dude. That's what's up. Yeah, I don't know, like, wives are cool, dude. Partners are cool. They'll be putting you onto stuff that you wouldn't normally watch. And like, my bad if it's... Oh, no, we're good. Yo, Garrett, thank you, Garrett. See, dude, we've been killing it, man. Thank you, Garrett. If you're watching, Garrett, I appreciate you very much, dude. Thank you. Okay, this is good. I forgot to write a note to I'm about to repackage this because Darren was in the Kaiju Club and I forgot to like tell him thank you. That's not very nice. I mean, it's still nice. I shipped him a vinyl with extra stickers. You can't really complain too much, but you know what I'm trying to say. Anyways, James. Oh yeah, we were talking about that. Rosa, that sounds like a cool remix. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really excited for it because I found like there's like a random dude named CJ McIntosh, and I think like for some reason it was like a random dude from the UK that was just like remixing every like R&B song back in the 90s. And I found him because I listened to like every song by D'Angelo, because you know R.I.P. D'Angelo. To be fair though, it wasn't because they passed. Like I've been to like you can't see it, but like I actually have my poster from my Voodoo vinyl up right here. Like it's off screen, but I'm a big D'Angelo fan. And I was like, let me just listen to his whole discography. Like, ironically, like a month or two before he passed. And like this guy CJ McIntosh just kept popping up, and I was like, damn, he crushes it. It's kind of like UKG style. So I was like, let me just listen. Like, what other songs does he have? And come to find out, like, he has credits on like a bunch of random 90s R&B song albums on like the deluxe editions and stuff. And they're always so good. And he has one for Fly Like an Eagle. So I'm gonna remix his remix and then put it on the holiday gift. So I'm really excited. And I'll probably like speed it up, time stretch a little bit. There's a little more like higher pitch and stuff. Change up the rhythm to it. Add like, make it sound like future funky. I'm really excited. But yeah, I know, I forgot their full name, but it's gonna say funny out of context, but Dilf was here earlier, like, dude, you gotta play a show in Phoenix. There's so many songs that we've been dropping in like little like holiday gift stuff that I'm just so beyond excited to play at shows. Because like after doing the show in LA, I think I mentioned, but I had like pretty much like a standard set I would play every time that I kind of low-key had to play every time because you know, we would like run marketing and stuff for it and like run ads and all that, and like people would come to the show and be like, bro, like you ran ads for this and never played the song. So, you know, as the person who like ran the show, I was like, well, you didn't say it to my set then, because I played every song in the ad, so you couldn't say that exact thing. You know what I mean? Not that I'm not like salty about people, but you know, that's very fair. That's a fair thing to want. You know what I mean? So yeah, so I kind of had to keep my sets like to a certain, like, you know, I had some wiggle room to make them different, but yeah. But the next show I play, I can just do like, you know what I mean, all of like the stuff that I know people love, and then plus all this new stuff we've been dropping, like a Fly Like the Eagle remix, which I think people would go crazy for. Because I know if I was in the club and someone dropped a Fly Like an Eagle remix, oh dude, I think I would cry. I almost named the song Silver Neptune Ooh Woo Yeah, because the lyrics are ooh woo, yeah, yeah, yeah. I thought that'd be funny, because it's like a very anime name. Just name it like ooh woo, yeah. And I was like, no, I can't name it that. That'd be too cringy. But I was like, but it'd be funny. So now we know that could have been the other name for this song. Ooh, ooh. That's fine. All right. All right, what else do I want to bring up to y'all? Will I write this letter? I like both. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Roses. And oh, James, that's sick. Okay, I read it first. My bad, James. James says, dude, I keep hearing DILF, and my brain is trying to make it work as an album title. So I've so far thought of TILF, tunes I'd like to funk. That's sick, dude. That'd be a cool, like, that'd be a super sick, like, album title, low key. And like someone like, you know, like similar to like the Thriller album cover, if it was like you just like, or someone just laying down with the whole like pose, or they're like, you know, looking all like 80s style. That'd be sick. I would definitely click play on that album. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my god. Darren wasn't in the Kaiju Club. I opened this up just to like write Darren a letter. Cause I don't know, if you're in the Kaiju Club, I try to like make it even more personal. My bad, Darren, if you watch this and you're like, bro, you're gonna write me a note and just didn't. But I'm a bad dog. My bad dog. I mean, we're even getting orders as we're packing orders, so you know we're getting through it though. But anyways, so what I wanted to bring up was on the holidays, I went to like, you know, I had to drive all the way back to my hometown from Phoenix, and at some point, you know, I think I mentioned the truck stop coffee and how hyped I was on that. But one of the things is when I stopped by 7-Eleven to get coffee, it was kind of weird where like, it was like the coffee making, so like this was the coffee making station. There was like a sign right here, like way up here, and like there was like coffee creamer on it. And I was like, what happened where the coffee creamer somehow jumped all the way to that sign? So I was just standing there like this, like looking at it and just like thinking like real hard, like how's that even possible? And because I was so like just like kind of daydreaming about like how that could have happened, someone came up behind me and was like, oh no, the fentanyl got Aaron. And I was like, what? I looked around and it was like one of my like childhood friends I grew up with. If you saw the story about coilovers, when I mentioned I went to like a friend's house to play Need for Speed Underground, it was that same childhood friend that like, you know, we're both adults now. And I was like, oh dude, I haven't seen you forever. How's it going? Yada yada. But yeah, the joke he was making is that because I was just like, I was standing, I mean, it's really sad. So I'm sorry this affects you or your family, but I was just like standing like this, like trying to daydream, like how they do it. Yeah, I'm not gonna look, I don't know. He was more making fun of me, but it's a pretty dark story. I'm sorry, but it was funny. It was funny. Jesus, yeah, my bad, Hideo. They were like, no, I got him. That was indeed funny. Okay, thank you, Buffet. Sometimes I tell stories on here, dude, and it's like not till halfway through telling it, and I'm like, I shouldn't tell this. I should. This one needs to stay between me. I don't know. At some point, we're gonna have like a compilation of, like, it's gonna be like a horror movie of just all the different stories I'm telling. Eli's back. Hey, what's up, Eli? James says that there's the title for your holiday EP, Groovy Kaiju's Tilts. Choose I Like to Funk, and the album cover is your kaiju character doing the Burt Reynolds laying down naked pose by a fire. That'd be sick, dude. I'll write that down. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, whenever you watch the VOD, I like that a lot. Yeah, because I was debating if I wanted to call it Yam Jams 2, but I also wanted it to be something like fun. Yeah, I'll think about it, James. If I name it Tilfs, I'll give you a shout out on like in the description or something. Thank you, man. All right, this is Darren's order. Retaped it up. And Super Hideo, nah, because when you come on here, it's really apparent for when it's real. I feel that, dude. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I keep it real. I keep it as real as I can. I definitely do have a filter on me, but I keep it real. It's sad but funny, yeah. Yeah. So I have a bunch of like tech stories too, but like they're actually interesting. They're kind of like Game of Thrones, like low key Silicon Valley stuff. Like I know like there's a TV show, but like when you're out there, dude, it really is kind of like Game of Thrones. Like people know certain people. It's really wild. One wild story I had is that when I was an intern at Amazon, I had like a new manager that like came from Microsoft, and they were like, yeah, Fun Cows are like Silicon Valley. Yeah, it is a pretty funny show. But yeah, I had a manager that came from Microsoft, and what did I say? Oh yeah. So pretty much, you know, I was like fresh in the tech industry and stuff, and I was like, what's like the craziest story you have working at Microsoft? And he's like, craziest? And I was like, yeah, like, you know, something wild must have happened, right? Because he was there for like 20 years or something, right? And he was like, dude, so I got this crazy story about Microsoft Bing. So it's kind of a long one, but pretty much, so this guy, ended up being like the lead of Microsoft Bing or something. And you know, who uses Microsoft Bing? Haha, but you know, Microsoft at the time was like, oh, we think we could take on Google, yada, yada, yada. So, you know, they were trying to make a search engine. So they hired this guy that was like the lead developer of I'm sorry. He's the lead developer, but I've read Zaku's thing real quick. Every time this fool says, so like, and then shifts his eyes, I know he's about to keep it real. And Super Hideo, I do Lamau. Sick. But oh yeah, shout out to Garrett too. But so yeah, so they pretty much Microsoft hired like the lead developer of like Google's biggest competitor, and it was like, I think it was called Alta Vista search engine or something. But anyway, so like, you know, pretty much Microsoft knew nothing about building search engines. So like, you know, they spend like millions of dollars building Bing for like the first version of it, and they finally hire this brand new top executive guy to come like, you know, really rock the boat to tell them what they need to do right. You know what I mean? So they present him a whole like 2-hour long presentation on like their tech stack and how they built all the crazy stuff and all that. And at the end of it all, they're like, okay, so what do you think? And he's like, looks good to me. And they're like, oh, that's interesting. We thought you being the lead developer of building search engines, you would have more feedback than just, it looks good to me. You know what I mean? So they're like, okay, I guess we'll just keep working. And like, you know, he just would like vaguely give input here and there, but he mostly like looked like he was just like cashing checks and like, you know, just really like just playing them, you know what I mean? But the guy was like, this is what Bill Gates wanted, I guess. Like literally Bill Gates or Steve Ballmer, whoever. Anyways, so you know, the guy had to work with him because he was like a top up manager and stuff like that. Rest in peace, Ask Jeeves, yeah, for real. But so yeah, he worked with this guy, and it's kind of funny because like it kind of involved video games, but it was around the time Xbox was coming out, and like the thing that he said that was like really weird is that every time he'd go talk to this new like search engine guy in his office, he would have a stack of like Baja Fury, like some like random Baja like racing game on his like, you know, next to his desk. And he's like, why does he have 20 copies of Baja Fury on his desk? That's really weird. You know what I mean? But he was like, and then eventually he asked them, he's like, oh, it's because I give them away to kids and stuff like that, at like the shelter or whatever. You know, it was like very much like a, oh, like, you know, I help the children. And he was like, oh, that's really sweet of him. And then like, you know, a month goes by, and then one day he goes up to his car and he gets a random sticky note in his car that's like, do you want to make money by selling Microsoft software? Go to this link. And it was like some sketchy website. And he was like, who's doing this? And like, you know, and eventually like he noticed that people, there was going on cars everywhere, some. And another couple months go by, and one day he's at work, right? He's just normal working day. And I guess he said the FBI busted into the Microsoft office and like just grabbed the dude and like, you know, they shuffled him out and stuff like that just randomly. And then he later found out that guy got the job at Microsoft just to get access to sell Microsoft stuff in Russia on like some black market, and made like a ton of money. So that's why he didn't have any feedback on the search engine and stuff, because he was just stealing Microsoft licenses to sell somewhere else. And then, you know, Bing did what Bing did, because they never got the, you know, they thought they hired the right guy, but they didn't. The guy was actually just some actually FBI wanted criminal. So yeah, so what they do, it's like Game of Thrones, dude. And James, Microsoft do be making weird choices, even though yeah, they really do. It's because they have so much, like, it's kind of like big music industry labels. I know it's a really weird comparison, but Microsoft has such a like chokehold over like technology and stuff, which is like in everyone's life, that like even when they make a weird choice, like there's no consequence. They could just do whatever they want. You know what I mean? A good example, and the reason why I said it's like the music industry, because if you think about it, people still listen to John Coltrane to this day, right? The jazz saxophonist. Like, so they have all that John Coltrane money that still makes money to this day to just throw at whatever artist they think is going to blow up next. You know what I mean? So, like, you can't, like, the major labels can't fail, because it's like people aren't going to stop listening to, like, you know, Miles Davis. You know what I mean? So they're always going to have money coming in. So yeah. Yeah. And Roses, oh my God, that's such an insane direction. I thought he was some guy done with his job. I know, right? Yeah, like, and the guy, so when I asked this manager, what's your craziest Microsoft story? He delivered. I was like, yo, that's crazy. So yeah. But yeah, work at tech is like Game of Thrones, dude. But yeah. That was one of my like favorite work stories. What else happened? That was the internship was really fun. I think I mentioned it before, but dude, like, I don't know what Amazon was doing, dude, but I guess they had money. It was still like when they had tech money and stuff. So like, I remember we went to like 3 different Mariners games. I was at baseball games all the time in Seattle. And one thing I think about all the time was when I could still eat cheese. There was this grilled cheese food truck there, dude, that like, you know, you had to pay for. It wasn't like for the employees, but like, dude, this grilled cheese truck, they would like throw in like bacon and like anything you wanted. Oh, dude, it was so, that's the dragon I've been chasing, is like trying to find some like loaded grilled cheese that was as good as this random food truck in Seattle. Luis, yo, what's up, dude? What's up, Luis? Thanks for stopping by. You know, we're just talking about people getting arrested by the FBI. You know, just normal stuff. but yeah, actually we are. But yeah, and grilled cheese sandwiches, man. We're hanging out, we're having a good old time. And James says, I feel that Sony does better at branching out into different branches of technology and entertainment compared to Microsoft. Sony keeps their branches in their lanes. They don't have them intersect. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's the thing. I think it's where they like really did it right. Is that Sony? Sony Music has nothing to do with like Sony, the like PlayStation. You know, they're completely separate entities, and they know, not to like try to like make them all work as one coherent ship. Like they're like, it seems like at least they have to collaborate like as if they were separate companies, which companies say they do all the time, but really it's like, no, you don't. But I think Sony actually like, does it right. But if like, PlayStation wants to put like Sony movies on there, it's like, or Sony Pictures, it's like, yeah, you could think of them differently. Eli says, no, that shit's pretty wild. Russian black market is crazy. Yeah, and the specific thing I think the guy was selling more than just like, copies, because the thing is, he said he like sold that Baja video game he gave about the kids. Nah, he was selling those copies out, like, shipping them out to like different countries and stuff. And for some reason, people wanted that game. I mean, but not to get too technical, but pretty much Microsoft had some like random server software where like, if you're a big business and you need to like store your data somewhere, he was selling licenses of that. And because databases are like super complicated to like maintain, like you had to buy the Microsoft one if you actually were doing real business. So he was like, doing it for the low. For all of his like Russian tech homies back home. James says, for the sake of trying to broaden the demographic. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What's it called? Xbox tried to do it with the Xbox One. They haven't recovered since. Yeah, true. Yeah, I remember they tried to do the whole like, your Xbox is the TiVo now and we can record TV and stuff. And everyone was like, who wants this? You know what I mean? So yeah, like, especially because it was like funny because like Netflix was coming out and stuff like that. So like Microsoft was like, yeah, like TV. And everyone at that time was like, who watches TV still? You know what I mean? Like, we're kind of done with TV. So yeah, they kind of were goofing on that one a little bit. Roses, I've been wanting to create beach music playlists, and Beach Street's inspired to give it a go. It reminds me of Wii music. I don't know why. No, that's valid. Thank you, Roses. I'm glad that Beach Streets fits it. It does have some Wii music vibes. Like I could totally see it in like a Wii game. Like low-key, I was one of like remember how the Wii was super hard to get? Like people were like literally beating each other up to get Wiis back in the day. Like thankfully, I remember when the Wii came out, I wanted it for Christmas, and pretty much my stepmom at the time was like, "I'll buy you one as long as you can find it." So what I would do is I would call like every morning. I would call every store as a kid and be like, "Oh, do you have any Wiis?" They was like, "No." And like one day I called Toys R Us, and they were like, "Okay, so we have 3, but you have to come right now." And I was like, "All right, cool." And like they said it like super quiet, and I remember my stepmom like immediately, like she was like smoking a cigarette, and I was like, they said they have a Wii, and she just immediately put it out and like just bolted to her car, and I was like, please come back with a Wii, please come back with a Wii. You know what I mean? And she did, and she told me that like when they gave it to her, they like triple bagged it so you couldn't see what was inside, and it was like very much like a, behind closed doors, like, here's your Wii. You know what I mean? Because people they were so coveted that like if someone even saw one, like they would have rushed the cash register. You know what I mean? So it was hilarious. But I bring it up I'm sorry, I brought all that up to say I used to play it, when the Wii came out, it was like I have so many like just core memories of the Wii. Like I remember when Super Mario Galaxy came out, you know what I mean? I remember like this is really random. I don't know if this happens to you, but when Super Mario Galaxy came out, I remember my buddy got it, and I went to like their house in the morning to walk with them to school, and their parents gave me strawberry Pop-Tarts, but the unfrosted ones, and I was like, damn, they really would have unfrosted strawberry Pop-Tart. I was just so like, who buys unfrosted Pop-Tarts? Like, I was like, come on, as a kid, you know what I mean? Now I'm like, as an adult, like, yeah, that's what you should buy. But as a kid, I was like, bro, unfrosted, really? But because like, the Wii is so ingrained into my life that or like, my memory of who I am, that I wouldn't be surprised that bled in the Beach Streets, because unfrosted, like whenever I see Mario Galaxy gameplay, I could taste strawberry Pop-Tarts. Like that's exact unfrosted strawberry Pop-Tart. Because like, yeah, the Wii is just, I don't know, my brain was like, we need to remember this, like Zaku ended up selling my Wii to get my first cell phone as an adult, but I won a Wii at a Bass Pro Shop raffle. Dude, that's a sick story, dude. That's awesome. I gotta put stickers in this. Dude, that's so sick. Especially this Bass Pro Shop, dude. That's hella funny. That's so random. Roses, it was a Christmas gift alongside Mario Galaxy. That's funny. I was too busy yapping. I didn't read that. Roses. We both got like core Mario Galaxy memories. That's dope. Super Hideo, dang, I didn't know that was serious. I just remember getting in and instantly playing Wii Sports without a thought. No, yeah, Super Hideo, dude, look, if you get a chance, dude, like, I would for real, like, look up, like, you know, Nintendo Wii launch 2006, I think is when it came out. And dude, like, people were getting, like, it was bad. Like, you know, sorry to bring this up, but I think, like, there was, like, a water drinking competition for it, like, to get a Wii, because it was, like, so hard to get one. So, like, some random store had a Wii, and they're like, hey, we're gonna have, like, a water drinking competition to give away a Wii. And because people wanted it so bad, some mom drowned herself in the water drinking competition, because you can't drink water like more than like 2 gallons in 30 minutes, or else you'll, like, you know, your body doesn't know how to handle it. So, like, people were, like, literally dying trying to get Nintendo Wiis. It was crazy. And it was like peak consumerism, and then 2008 happened. You know what I mean? So then now we are where we are. But yeah, dude, it was like Black Friday era. Yeah, it was crazy, dude. Helen Seller, dude, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Dude, got to the point where I bought one at Goodwill for $30 and recollected the games. That's what's up, dude. Yeah, I think I mentioned it before. I really want to get a Wii. I miss the Wii, dude. I miss the, yeah, especially because you can, I even, like, funny enough, my baby brother, who's like only like 15, and he's not a baby, but you know, he's my youngest brother. He's only 15. He posted a video of someone like hacking a Wii within a minute on his Instagram. Like, he reposted something. And yeah, dude, hacked Wiis are kind of like really goated. I really need to get a Wii. Especially because they can play GameCube games. Like, you know, they have the GameCube stuff in there. So, like, you get a hacked Wii, it's like, you know, you essentially have like a hacked GameCube. So, yeah. Or they can, like, you know, not emulated GameCube games. That's pretty sick. So you get 2 for 1. James says, my sister still has our Wii when we had when we were kids. That's sick. Yeah, I have a buddy that still has their, like, childhood Wii. Yeah, childhood Wiis are, that's what's up. Skyr says, fun fact, unfrosted Pop-Tarts actually have more sugar than frosted Pop-Tarts. That's wild. Probably because they're trying to make that, like, you know, cardboard casing around the Pop-Tart taste good without frosting. Because, yeah, I remember just being so mad as a kid eating the unfrosted strawberry Pop-Tart. Like, bro, why? Why would you buy it? I was like 11. I was like, dude, what were they thinking? Because it just tastes so bad without the frosting. But shrimp buffet. All right, I gotta get some dinner. Had a really nice time as always. Have a great rest of the stream, y'all. Dude, thank you, shrimp buffet. If you already left, my bad. But dude, thank you so much for stopping by. It's always good to hear from you. Hope you have a good dinner, dog. Super Hideo, why and how is that possible? Oh yeah, they're talking about the Pop-Tart. Sky, our Wii came from a guy at a gas station who pulled it from a dumpster and just gave it to us because my stepbrother worked there at the time. That's sick, dude. That's super sick. And the Wii worked? From the dumpster Wii worked, dude? That's what's up. Yeah, hot take, dumpster diving, kind of underrated, dude. Yeah, people throw away stuff sometimes because they just don't know what they got. Like, you know, growing up kind of in the struggle, I had a buddy that, like, there was like some random popular like netbook laptop that people would get. And I remember he used to, like, you know, we were growing up in the struggle, and he used to like collect cans just to like make money to, like, you know, literally buy food for his home. Cause like, yeah, it was a struggle back in the day as kids, but not gonna lie. Yeah, anyways, so while he was like dumpster diving, dude, he found the same laptop twice and then took them apart and then rebuilt a working laptop with the 2 broken laptops he found in dumpsters at their apartments. And I was like, dude, that is the most awesome thing ever. And I remember, like, you know, I was like decent at computers, so he was like good at like getting it all to work together. And I remember, you know, I pretty much installed Windows for him and stuff like that because he didn't understand like how to even use a computer really, but he just really wanted one. So like we used my computer skills and like his ability to like essentially rebuild the laptop. And like, it was also weird where like the issue was that he found out was that the CPU, kind of like the Xbox, would get deseated from the motherboard. So if you just put it in the oven, the like solder would melt enough that the CPU would fall back into place. And he got the laptop to work. And then it was sick. I'm dumpster diving sick. Real quick, Tricky Toko, dude. Bro, I'm a new fan, but I love your music and your mixes, dog. I got some of your songs on my playlist. Keep making music, man. I appreciate it, dude. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for saying hi. Thanks for loving my music. I really appreciate it. And I'm definitely gonna keep making music, man. This is, this is what we're doing. This is what it's all about. So yeah. Oh God, I forgot to put Garrett's thing in here. No, it's okay. Cheat code. I'm sorry, cheat code. But yeah. So we said, oh my gosh. Oh, we're talking about it. Rosa says, crazy how online shopping, Cyber Monday protected people. Yeah, really. Yeah, I'm a big online shopping person. I love shopping online. I mean, doing all this actually probably shows I'm really into online shopping. But I'm like both sides of it. Like I pretty much buy everything online. Cause like I'm at the point now where I'm like, I have to go in person and buy it. Ugh. I don't know. But sometimes Walmart be having the deal. Sometimes you do get the better deal in person. So, but I mean, at this point, I'm like, I think calculate the cost of gas to even get the thing. You know what I mean? But anyways, James says it was a dark era indeed. Crimes would be committed. Yeah, it wasn't just the Wii 2. The PS3 also was like crazy. People were like literally like beating each other in the parking lot for. It was a wild time, dude. Like. Capitalism is wild, or not really capital. I mean, capitalism, yes, but consumerism really is the right word. Like, I feel like we're in peak consumerism right now, but dude, if you're an unk like me, you remember the pre-2008 times, man. People were going wild. That was probably like peak consumerism. Skyer says still is down on why someone would throw away a perfectly functional Wii. You know what, Skyer? Because sometimes stuff happens. Maybe like a kid got grounded, and the mom was just so mad. They were like, "I'm gonna throw away your Wii if you get another F." And they probably got another F. And mom's like, "I'm just gonna throw it away." You know what I mean? Just out of like frustration or something. Not that I think it's okay, but I'm like, I can see why. I don't know. But James says, I heard they made a wireless Wii where you can play games with no internet connection at all. However, the downside, which I feel is the no deal for me, is that it wasn't backwards compatible with GameCube games. Yeah, I think was that the Wii Mini? I think that was the Wii Mini, dude. It was like the last iteration of the Wii, because they were like trying to make it as cheap as possible. So I think they just ripped out GameCube support and like internet support just to make it like $100, like mostly for like anyone who hadn't bought a Wii yet. That was like, oh, I just literally can't afford one. They were like, here's the ultimate cheapest version of the most popular console of all time. You know what I mean? And it was the Wii Mini, I think. I think the Wii was the most popular, right? I think it was like PS2 was, and the Wii barely beat the PS2. And I think the Switch might have got real close to the Wii. It might have beat the Wii, low-key. But yeah, in terms of sales, but I mean, who cares about sales? Anyways, Zaku says, my dad would dumpster dive in the 90s. That's sick, dude. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. That's why I should, I mean, that's kind of, I don't know. I should, just got an idea. I got an idea for somebody. Because, like, I don't know. I wouldn't be opposed. I think the only thing I'd be worried about is my hair. Because, there is sometimes, like, some, like, questionable liquids in the dumpster. But if I got, like, a good enough hair now, I'd be down. I don't know. If someone was like, bro, you want to go dumpster diving with me? I'd probably be like, bug it. You know what I mean? It sounds like some good bonding time. And I'm like so serious. Skyer says, same guy also ended up giving us a Dreamcast, N64, and one of those small PS1s pretty recently. That's you gotta keep this guy in your life, Skyer. The dude has all of like the retro gaming connects, dude. That's sick. Roses, I've seen some amazing finds in the trash. It made me want to try, but I'm scared of the drama. Yeah, no, there is a lot of drama because some people are like, "What are you doing? That's weird." I'm like, bro, just let people be who they are, man. Like, just that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. You know what I mean? Because sometimes they're for real be good stuff. It's like, you said you didn't want it, so like, why are you tripping about me? Anyways, Super Hideo, I want to do it one day. I lived near 2 GameStops and the Best Buy. I spread, yeah. Oh yeah, I see videos all the time, Super Hideo, of GameStop throwing away like promotional material and stuff. That like, you know, the stands and everything. And it's like, dude, why are they throwing that away? That's so cool. Yeah, I'm sure there's some good stuff in there. Even just to like have around your room, you know what I mean? Like just clean it off real quick, wipe it down. Like imagine if you had one of like the giant Halo 3 like GameStop posters that they put on the side of the building. Oh dude, that'd be so sick. That would be so sick, dude. Zaku says, coolest shit I ever found while dumpster diving was a brand new Levi's jacket. That's sick, dude. That's super sick. See, I'm glad that we're all pro dumpster diving. That's sick. We gotta do, that's another Groovy Kaiju live stream field trip dumpster diving adventure. Honestly though, I'd be so down, I'm not gonna lie. All right, more bubble wrap. I love that we're salvaging bubble wrap. Eli's back and showed your friends the clips you posted. Hey, I'm glad to hear, dude. Hope your friends liked it. Hope they were like, hey, that's what's up. It's the homie. You know what I mean? James said, I went dumpster diving with my granny while I was little, and we found a Pokemon blanket that I still have this day. That's super sick, dude. See, that's what I mean, dude. That's what's up, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Cause I bet it's like a super sick like 90s Pokemon blanket too, huh? Like when Pikachu was still a little chunky. Yeah, bring back chunky Pikachu, man. Who body shamed Pikachu at Nintendo? I shouldn't laugh, but like, if you think about it, somebody had to be at Nintendo like, oh no, Pikachu, you know what I mean? It's like, are you body shaming the Pokemon right now? Got Pikachu on a Zempic, dude. I'm sorry, y'all. Skyers is bag of dumpster milk. Yeah, dude. Getting milk in my hair is like a whole thing. Because, you know, washing, I mean, Simply Hideo also knows, if you get anything in your hair, it's like, dude, like, I don't know, like, I washed my hair last night, dude. I had to, dude, it took like a whole 24 hours to dry. So if I got like milk or anything in it, it's like, dude, yeah. So yeah, dumpster milk in my hair, oh man, I'd be so mad. Cause it would be like a whole 24-hour process to like clean it. It would be over, dude. It'd be GG's. Boom, boom, boom. What? Rocco Reptar and Monster Shape Zero cassettes, that's what we're looking for. Hey, but James says one man's toxic sludge is another man's potpourri. Yep, exactly, dude. Yeah, what's up? Tricky Toko says, bro, I remember Toys R Us when they had their stores, bro. It was top peak nostalgia. It really was, dude. I remember, like, for some reason buying yo-yos from Toys R Us all the time. Because I was trying to get into yo-yos as a kid. I can still do, like, the walk the dog and stuff. I remember someone brought a yo-yo the other day. I should buy a yo-yo, man. I'm a grown adult. And there's someone in the Kaiju Club that's like a big, like, they're like a yo-yo content creator. They're pretty sick, too. Now I think about it. Yeah, everybody's so cool, dude. But Immortal Giovanni, that's what's sick, dude. Dude, stop by, good to see ya. And you feel like I would be playing at Toys R Us, dude? That'd be super sick if I was. We all gotta find like an abandoned Toys R Us and do like an underground show. Hey, Captain Cassette, just come on my Shape Zero vinyl and sounds so nice, dude. Thank you for letting me know, dude. Thank you again for grabbing it. And I'm glad to hear that you're like stoked on it and you're like, you know, enjoying the vibes and everything, man. I appreciate it. Also, someone from the Kaiju Club bought something, and I want to make sure I don't hack their order and not write them a note. I'm gonna do it next just so I don't forget. Did I already pack it? No, here they are. Okay, cool. It was Rowan. Oh yeah, I remember this guy. Rowan's sick. This guy. But yeah, I remember Rowan. They're really awesome. I think we talked once. And they were just like, yo, man. But bro, it's over. Yep. Since Pikachu, yeah, Aliases, Pikachu was like a second mascot. They had to put him on a diet. Yeah, dude. They're like, somebody body shame this Pokemon real quick. Oh, dude, that's crazy. I don't know. I just, you know, because body shaming didn't exist back then. So it's just like, I don't know. Like someone had to be like at a meeting, like, yeah, you know, I really think that Pikachu should be a little thinner. You know what I mean? Like some like child psychologist person or something. I don't know. Whatever marketing guy. It's like, yeah, you know, our revenue would go up if Pikachu just wasn't so chunky. It's like, dude, leave Pikachu alone, man. They like to eat. What's wrong with that? But Zaku, I'm literally cleaning up milk in the restroom right now. Dude, I'm telling you. We gotta like make a scoreboard for every time like there's like a weird synchronicity from something we're talking about and just what's happening in the real world. It happens all the time. We gotta, this live stream is connected to the universe or something. Super Hideo, once I had whipped cream in my hair from getting pied, and it took 3 heavy washes to get the smell out. Yeah, dude, that's one where I have to like, dude, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, that's one that if it happened to me, I have to tell my friends like, hey man, you know, I appreciate the love and, you know, I mean, want to involve me in this activity, but I can't do it with my hair, man. You know what I mean? I would have been bummed too. I'd have been like, bro, like, it's not your fault because you wouldn't understand, but like, dog, why? You know what I mean? I like this beat a lot because the little woo woo, like I don't know, it sounds like a roller coaster almost. Like one little synth in the background. But yeah. Captain Cassette just got my, oh yeah, I already said that. Roses, my childhood toys were bought from Toys R Us and a cat figure I still have to this day. That's sick. That's super nice. What kind of cat figure? Is it like the lucky cat? Like the one that's like this? Or is it just like a normal, like, you know, like a cat toy? I guess like, you know, like a cat plushie or something. That's nice though. James says I'm home from work, so I'm gonna check out. Come back tomorrow to finish the stream. Good night, dude. Night, James. Thanks for stopping by, dude. I appreciate you. And yeah, enjoy your night, dude, with the family and everything. Almost forgot Drew's thing, but I didn't. Alright, what else I want to bring up to y'all? Oh yeah, we're talking about tech stories. So one story that's like, it's more cute than anything, but super random. Remember how I mentioned last stream that somebody's famous to, like, someone is like a celebrity to somebody? Like the example, like, cause like I was talking to 3D Blast and they were like, oh, like it's wild that, like, you know, work on normal jobs and then, like, you know, but you go to the right place and everyone's like, oh my god, you're 3D Blast or something, you know what I mean? But the argument I made was like, dude, you could be like, I don't know, the most random person, but like, you know, if you happen to be like the best, I don't know, Excel spreadsheet guy, there's another Excel spreadsheet guy out there that's like, yo, he's the best Excel spreadsheet guy, that's crazy, you know what I mean? So somebody's famous, somebody's famous to somebody. You know what I mean? I don't know. Even like someone, like something as simple as like someone's dad, you know what I mean? Like your dad's like, some people like they see their dad, it's like, yo, like that's crazy, you're my dad, you know? Just like they're a good dad, I don't know. Someone's like really important to somebody. Oh, real quick, Rosa says normal, it's more of a decorative figure. He's orange. I also saw my childhood Littlest Pet Shop toys. Have you heard of those? Yeah, I have. Yeah, I had like a step niece for a little bit that she was super into Littlest Pet Shop, and she would make like little videos of like her and all the Little Pet Shop. Oh my god, Littlest Pet Shop's toys. It was really cute. It was adorable. That's sick though, Roses. But yeah, so everybody's famous to somebody. So pretty much, one of the famous programmers ever is this guy named Ryan Dahl, and he made this thing called Node.js. I'm not gonna get into the details of it because we're not here to talk about programming. But pretty much, I was at a conference, and you know, it's like, it's in the tech world, like meeting Ryan Dahl is like meeting like, I don't know, like St. Pepsi or like, you know what I mean? Or like Macross 82.99. It's like, oh my God, like you're the guy that like made the thing that I listen to or like, read about every single day. So, like a lot of tech people tend to be a little bit more shy. So like, he was walking around and like, like everybody was like looking at him like, they'd be like, oh my God, like, look, it's him. You know what I mean? But nobody was talking to him. And me, I don't care. I'll go talk to you. So pretty much I found out he's like really close, like we're not close friends, but he was acquaintances with another friend of mine. So I went up to him, I was like, hey man, like that's cool. Like, you're friends with my other friend. Like, it's nice to meet you. I just want to say what's up. I like the work that you do and it's cool that you're like friends with this guy, X, Y, and Z. And we were talking for a little bit, but the same way I used to talk to him of like, oh, my friend, because I'm, I talk to people, I'm like really sociable. Everyone was like, oh, Aaron's talking to Ryan. No, I can go talk to Ryan. So then everyone swarmed him like, oh, dude, you know Aaron? Dude, I know Aaron. What's up? You know what I mean? So like literally 10 people that I knew all were like, yo, Ryan, like that's so cool. You know Aaron, man. Like, how's it going? And he got like overwhelmed and he was like, oh, I have to go to a talk. You know what I mean? But it was just funny because I was like, yo, Ryan, like, my friend Steve? I know Steve. We should be friends. And then like it became like a chain of like, him knowing a person who knew a person who knew a person, so everyone could like swarm him. I don't know. It was really funny. I don't know if it's happened to y'all before. If you like were trying to connect with somebody, you were like, oh, my friend, dude, that's my friend, dude. What's up? You know what I mean? But yeah, like I feel like that's happened between like me and Zaku a couple times. Like I think there's been a couple times where I met someone that was like, because Zaku is like really it's super random. Zaku's like really deep in like the city pop scene, if that's a thing. So there's been a couple times I wanted to meet somebody who like also was like in the same little corner of city pop on the internet. And I'm like, oh dude, like I know Zaku, so like that's sick. You know him too. I'm trying to think of a good example, but I'm sure it's been somewhere. Oh yeah. And then one of my last stories that I had to share with y'all in the tech world, since I guess I'm already talking about it, I might as well talk about it now. Another wild like Game of Thrones tech story I have is the same thing I just talked about. This guy Ryan made, like this Node.js thing. It became like really, really popular, and like a lot of companies were depending on it. Saku, people want to touch my hand because I know you. That's funny. Rosa says, I've been overwhelmed with friend parties over trying not to push anyone away, but that sounded crazy. Well, yeah, it was kind of crazy. Because like the dude is like, he kind of really had the clout, but like, it was like the thing he built was just something he made because he like just wanted to make it. So like, the popularity brought him, he was kind of like, whoa, you know what I mean? So like moments like that, he was just like, ah. So it was crazy. It was really crazy. But yeah, so the same guy, he built this thing, and then the reason why it became popular is because so many companies started using it to like build their products with and stuff. So at some point, he was working at a company while he made it, and the company kind of like, realized how much money they could make off of it. So they were like, hey Ryan, so like, what are you doing with it? You want to like, I don't know, sell the thing you made to us? And at this point, Ryan was getting popular. And again, like I mentioned, he doesn't really like, to my knowledge, he didn't really like the popularity of it all. So he was like, yeah, I'll just sell it to you guys because I'm just sick and tired of having to like deal with it. You know what I mean? Of like how big it got. So then this company buys it. And then everyone that depended on Ryan's project, they were like, haha, you have to pay us now because it's ours because we bought it from Ryan. So then all these companies freaked out because they were like, yo, like we can't afford to do this, yada, yada, yada. You know what I mean? And like these were like actual like, big time tech companies. So they had like millions of dollars that were now just like strapped together. So I had another friend, their name is Michael. And pretty much they were like another really involved guy with Ryan. And Michael pretty much called like a meeting, like, hey, how are we gonna figure this out? Yada, 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 you know what I mean? And it was like crazy because he said at the meeting, like there were multiple companies that were suing each other that settled the lawsuit just so they could all talk about how they were gonna move forward with like this whole thing they depended on getting bought out by another company. And eventually got it all resolved, but like literally like what they had to do was like pretty much someone owned the domain name of like the thing. So pretty much like they had like a whole like arbitrage thing where they were like, yeah, you bought Ryan's project, but you don't own the domain, so therefore we can use the domain to like. It was literally like strategic warfare. It was like they could make a movie about it, but eventually they got it all figured out, and it was crazy, dude. There's so many just random like just what the heck stories like that. People getting arrested by the FBI. It could totally be like a Game of Thrones, Game of Codes. I don't know. I'm writing a message to Rowan. Thank you, Rowan. I appreciate. Also, Zaku, you said you wanted that plushie where you pull the string and it says, "I super appreciate it." Now I think about that every time I write, "I appreciate anything." Zaku called me out. Now it's stuck in my brain. And Super Hideo says the tech world can get crazy. Yeah, dude, it really can. It's so wild. I think it's just because there's just so much money in it that, like, you know, people will do all kinds of dastardly things. And I hope you enjoy this CD of my album. I added it's up with the crying laughing emoji. Yeah, dude, you got me good. Now it's like stuck in my brain, like, oh no, I do say it all the time. But I mean, I do appreciate it though, so it's like, I'll have to find like another word for appreciate. And hey, Skigo, thanks for stopping by. Good to see you. Still bumping your Monster Tape Zero, dude. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm glad to hear you're still enjoying it and you're having a good time bumping it, dude. That's what's up. Thank you stickers for you. Hey, all right, let me sign it. Sick. All right. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Also, we finished one of my caffeine drinks, so now we gotta finish one more, and then I'm at my appropriate levels of caffeine for the day. And my tea is still hot. Let's go. Oh. Do y'all have any friends that are like secretly like popular or anything like that? Like, I feel like everyone has a friend that's like, oh yeah, they happen to be like the best like swimmer or something. Like I don't know, like I mentioned a couple of times, but I know like the world record holder for Spyro. No, I know like 3D Blast, Frank, and all them. What else do I know? I'm trying to think about another friend that I know that's like super randomly goated at something. Oh yeah, I need Monster Tape Zero. Not that I'm aware of. Well, I think Skyr, I think you're the super awesome friend because you got that 100 gigabyte Sega archive. That's pretty sick. I like seriously mean that. That's something I'd be like, yo, dude, I know this guy that has a 100 gigabyte archive of a, you know what I mean? In fact, I remember once I had a buddy that like, we like did like a hard drive swap because we both had like a bunch of different ROMs for like PlayStation games. Like I think he had all of Dreamcast and I had all of PlayStation, and we like traded hard drives because we both had like our own little archives and stuff. It was pretty funny. Oh no. Yeah, I ran out of bubble wrap. I'll just put these in the, what's it called? I'll put it, because this is a box. I mean, you're really not going to break in a box. That'd be crazy if it did. Zaku says, not secretly, but I guess all the producers I know. Yeah, that makes sense. Skigo, my order didn't come with a sticker. Oh, my bad, Skigo. Yeah, the reason why is because this dude is in one of my fan clubs. So like, this is like his second order he's done. So yeah. So like, part of like the fan club benefit is that on future orders you get stickers. My bad, Skigo. But yeah, next time I'll include one. So you should be in the Kaiju Club now, so yeah. Tricky Toko, we had this kid in my senior class that was considered famous or popular. Bro had nice cars though. Hey, that's sick. That's super dope. Like, what kind of cars do you know, Tricky Toko? I'm a car person. I'd be stoked to find out. Like, you talking like a BMW, or are we talking like a Civic Type R? Excuse me. Rosa says, in my eyes, everyone I know, most of them are artists or writers with amazing ideas. That's sick, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, yeah. I like having like artistic and writer friends. Cause yeah, like everyone, I don't know. Like I have like a lot of buddies that like, even though they're like mega popular, they are like super mega talented. Like my buddy Elvin still is like, honestly one of my favorite artists of all time. But like they're genuinely my buddy I just grew up with. That's someone I'd love to have come on the stream and just talk and hang out. My buddy Elvin. They're not a big tech guy. So I think it'd be like hella funny to have them on here. They'd be like, huh? But yeah, they're like very like down to earth. They record all their stuff like analog and everything. But they make like super sick like hip hop inspired ska, like G-funk inspired ska stuff. It's wild. Zaku says, who's the most famous person in your phone contacts? I don't know. I don't know if I have their number, but technically, I guess if I'm keeping it real, there's a guy named Peter Hollins I was talking to for a little bit because we worked together from the whole spotter thing. I think he has like 1 million YouTube subscribers, and he does like acapella like singing videos. Like he'll do like acapella versions of like anime intros and stuff like that. But yeah, they were like low-key like trying to help me out for a little bit. He like give me advice and stuff like that. But then we both ended up getting busy. But yeah, we used to work together. I mean, not work. Yeah, we worked at the spotter together for like a company, and they're a cool guy. But it's just very busy. Skigo says, which CD do you recommend I buy yours next? Yeah, what would y'all recommend? I mean, like Simple Hideo, Roses, James, or I think James left, but personally, I'd maybe suggest Radical Reptar, but from the Spotify results, Driven to the Galaxy did really good. So I'd say one of those two. But yeah, I'm also doing a holiday sale right now too, so like no pressure to buy something. I didn't mean to be like, oh, if you want stickers, buy something. But like that's just like literally how it like, because when you buy something again, it adds like a thing on the little packing slip that I put on there that says like, hey, you're in the Kaiju clubs, then I know, blah 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 blah. But yeah, I would say Room the Galaxy, Ralph Reptar, and if anyone else in chat has any suggestions, so a lot of people in chat have like bought a lot of stuff, so I appreciate y'all. But yeah, those would be my votes. And I think you're on YouTube, so yeah, just go to, I think hopefully if it works, if you use !holiday, it should post the holiday sale link for you. So yeah, if you want to buy one right now, but otherwise I'm just chilling. Yeah, so that's famous for my contacts. Tricky Toko, he had like a BMW and a Corvette from what I remember, and they were fast, bro. I remember going to a party and cops came, but thankfully I dipped at a good time. Oh, I feel that, yeah. Yeah, I love, dude, going to a party and then finding out they got like cops came afterwards is like, I don't know, there was like a little bit of a rush of like, yo, I dipped at the perfect time. You know what I mean? So yeah. There is something really fun about that. That's sick though. Yeah, Corvettes are nice. Rosa says, mention my favorites, so I agree. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you, Roses. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that we're all agree. So yeah, I guess oh my god, Skigo says, yeah, Radical Reptar of the Galaxy. Simple Hideo says Godzilla got remastered too. But Simple Hideo, you're in the Monster Kingdom, so only you have access to that. So, it's in the secret shop. Yeah, there's all kinds of levels of secret stuff. I probably should figure out a way to make it more clear and less levels of exclusivity, but yeah. Zaku says, dog, I used to DJ in East Los Angeles. Parties would get shut up after I left. Yeah, dude. That's living in LA, man. The city of angels. Oh dang, my bad. Well, no, you're bad at all, dude. I appreciate the fact that you're like, yo, dude, like get this one. You know what I mean? I like really appreciate it. Cause yeah, it is fun. But I think, and another thing is too, simply though, you're like a OG feature funk guy, so I feel like a lot of newer folks probably wouldn't. Oh, they might. I mean, it's all good. City pop, sick. You know what I mean? But I feel like a lot of, I don't know. Maybe it's just my own thoughts of my own music, and I might be completely wrong, low key. That's why I do the surveys, because I sometimes am completely wrong. What was I trying to say? Oh, I think Godzilla Got Remastered might be like a bit of like a, oh, what's this? Compared to like the stuff I've been releasing lately. But it's always gonna have a place in my heart. But anyways, Tricky Toko, since I'm new, do you have any suggestions for a song of yours? Yeah, I think, honestly, all the top Spotify songs, thankfully, I'm kind of like, yeah, like the songs that like made it to the top of Spotify are all really good. So I think Orca Adventure, VTech, and Take Me Back to Shinjuku are like the top 3 I would say go listen to. My personal favorite is Do You Love Me Too off of Radical Reptar. That's like my all-time favorite song that I've made of my own. And then this song playing right now, Ginseng and Honey, funnily enough, is also another one of my favorites. And yeah, so that's what I would say. But if you ever heard VTech, I think that's the one everyone's like, yo, VTech. Like whenever I play at a show, people are kind of just like hang out until VTech drops and they're like, okay, now I can go get a drink, or now I can go to the bathroom. You know what I mean? So yeah. But yeah, thanks for asking, Tricky Toko. Saku says, 1 year I had these Sinceres play for my birthday, and the spot had a shooting across the street, and we packed up and split. Oh, dang. Well, first, that's wild that you had the Sinceres play for your birthday. That's super wild. That's super sick. And but yeah, that's wild that that's how it ended. I'm sorry to hear, dude. Tricky Toko says, bet I'll listen to these. Thanks. Yeah, you're welcome, dude. Thank you for asking. I appreciate it. Skigo, you should definitely release a CD of all your unreleased, unfinished songs you have. I've been thinking about that, yeah. Because like, going back to the Monster Kingdom thing, I do have like a Bandcamp release of all of my like demos and works in progress and stuff that I've made over the years. But there's not like a physical for it or anything. So that's something like, yeah, it's a great idea. Thank you. I'm gonna write that down. Thank you, Skigo. Thank you, Skigo. Oh my God, I stood up and lost my breath. Zaku, haha, I grew up with a saxophone player, used to DJ with the bassist. That's sick, dude. Yeah, I remember you mentioning you had some like connections to them back in the day. That's cool. I didn't know it was like, they were like, yo, man, I got you on a birthday party show. I didn't know y'all were that tight. That's sick. Yeah, because they like blew up, right? Okay, cool. Simba Hideo, I remembered your Whip of Bounce. Can't wait. Yay, I'm glad you like it, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I'm super hyped on yeah, dude. Because I know, and that's the thing about the works in progress, you might have noticed it's just the same like drum loop I throw on there, but like pretty much what I do is I get like the sample, I speed it up to like a times, like I feel like there is a lot of like something about even just choosing the pitch of the song is very important. Because if you think about it too, I don't know, like Ben Jordan has like some videos on like audio stuff and like the frequencies you put songs at, like not to get too like it's not even woo woo, but like I think scientifically, like the frequency you put songs at like evoke different emotions. And like if you really think about it, when you just time shift stuff like that, like it gets very microtonal. So it's like like the tones between like the piano keys and stuff essentially. So because of that, you get some really interesting sounds. So yeah, so that's for the Works in Progress. I do that, and I just throw a drum beat on there just to make sure it sounds like something you can like kind of groove to. So yeah, so that's all like the whips are, but a lot of it is like finding the sample, finding the right time strange, and there's a lot of times too I'll go ahead and arrange it too, where I'll like, okay, like, I want this intro to be like this, I want the middle to be like this. So it's just the idea of it, and I'm glad to hear you like and bounce, because yeah, when we actually make it, dude, it's gonna bump, dude. It's gonna bump like crazy, and I'm so glad to hear you like it. It's gonna go banging. I'm so excited. I don't know, you can tell I'm so excited. Well, yeah, just even for me, because I'm like, I can't wait till this is done. But the Living Tej, is the Groovy Kaiju been here now? Yes, I am the Groovy Kaiju, dude. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you. We hope you're having a good day. Thanks for stopping by, and yeah, thanks for checking this out. Super Hideo, like classifying day and night music in a way. Yeah, exactly. Like, so a little bit of that too, because like I'll make the works in progress just to like make sure there's a nice balance of the album too, because I wouldn't want to just all be only funk stuff or like only dance stuff. I also make them just so I can like have an idea like, oh, the album's gonna sound like this ish, and then, you know, choose all the ones I like, and then like, you know, then actually go in and put in the work. That makes sense. But yeah, it's gonna be awesome. Tricky Toko, OMG, wait, I'm drinking green tea. It's brewed with ginseng and honey lemon. I just realized this now. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that song is a reference to Arizona green tea. Like the idea of ginseng and honey. Dang, okay, here's what we're gonna do. We got 1, 2, okay, the rest, okay. Let's use this bubble wrap. I don't know how to speak Mandarin. But Living Teej, awesome vibes, brother. Yeah, dude, I appreciate you. I'm glad to hear the vibes are awesome, but thanks for stopping by, man. It's good to see you. How long have we been streaming for? 2.5 hours? Okay, cool. We might actually do all the orders. That's wild. I mean, we still got a lot, but the rest are like the easy ones where it's just like the CD and done. Sick. Oh, this is another song too. Who asked earlier? Tricky Toko. This is another one of my favorites. I feel like on streaming, this is another one that's kind of like low key in the streaming numbers, but when I play it at shows, dude, it's always such a fun time. It's always a complete blast. But it's also one of my personal favorites too. It's called Roll by Venus, the one that's playing right now, Tricky Toko. Oh, another thing is too. Oh, the Living Teej is official about to buy all your stuff. Lol, dude, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, what's it called? I hope you use the holiday sale if you can. I mean, you know, do whatever works best for you, but I made a holiday sale website, so what's it called? If you're using that, that's like the best price to get everything at right now. You can use like, I think you're on Instagram. Yeah, it's in my bio. But dude, thank you so much. I appreciate you, dog. It's same here, Living Tea. Hey, thank you, Tricky Toko. I appreciate it, dog. I appreciate both of y'all very much. Zaku says, Marcus plays Ruled by Venus in his sets a lot. Yeah, dude. Marcus is the homie. I need to hit them up, dude. I miss Marcus so much. The Living Teej link in IG bio. Yeah, it's the link in my Instagram bio under Groovy Kaiju, and then it's gonna take you to my link tree, which then has a link with the holiday sale, and then like it literally is the best price on everything right now. So yeah. And I think you know, I like I'm a Black Friday enjoyer myself, so I made the prices pretty wild. So yeah, and I can pack it for you right now, Living Teej. So right as soon as you grab it, I can start packing it for you and get it shipped out in the mail by tomorrow. But yeah, thanks. I appreciate it, dog. All right. Okay, we got this going there. Love me, so cool. What else I want to bring up to y'all? I have like a little cheat code. I was gonna check my photos. I feel like there was something else I want to tell y'all. All right, let me throw this in there. We gave Edgar all their stickers and stuff too. They ordered. But let me check. Oh, that's what I was gonna mention. Yeah, so we analyzed the fan club survey results. I know Simple Hideo, I think a lot of us are in it, but the Kaiju Club and stuff. Excuse me. Oh my god. But yeah, if y'all haven't read it yet, like no pressure to read it, but on Sunday we'll do like an actual proper like Q&A about it. I'll like take time to like talk about it. But I know someone earlier asked about my Spotify rap, so how about we talk about that too? Oh, okay. I had somebody text me, oof, and I was like, oh no, I hope my friend is okay. And they're okay. They were just talking about video games. Yo, what the heck? Also super nice. I posted a clip from the stream of the time I told the story about how I went to a scary movie, even though I'm terrified of scary movies because my coworkers went. Speaking of, I was talking about Seattle earlier. It's doing pretty good. I didn't expect people to like my scary movie story so much. We did it here live though. Y'all heard it first. But yeah, let me talk about Spotify Wrapped. I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted. So what was really nice, if you already saw the post on Instagram, I'm sorry, but I mean, now we can talk about it at least. So it looked like Orca Adventure it was the top track of this year. Orca Adventure is the top track like every year, and I love that. What's funny about Orca, I think I mentioned it once. No, I didn't. No, I don't know. I might have like on the second stream, but when I made Orca Adventure, I was like, this song, I feel like it's gonna do okay. You know what I mean? And I remember I played it at one of like the what's it called, virtual memory shows I did back in the day. You might be able to see it on stream. It's behind the chat, funnily enough, but there's like a poster back here for a show I used to play with my homies, Pacific Plaza Records and stuff. And a buddy of mine named Aaron, also named Aaron, who runs the label Kingo Corp Vaporwave stuff. When I played it, I remember he was just going crazy, and a little like, it was like a small show, but he was going crazy in the crowd. He was like, dude, that song is so sick. Did you drop it yet? And I was like, no. And he was like, dude, it's gonna do really good. And I was like, you think so? And he's like, yeah, dude, this song is really good. And I was like, we'll see. And then they called it, dude. It absolutely, every year it's my top track on Spotify. So shouts out to Aaron for the insight on Orca Adventure being really sick. And it's cool to see that it's still just going wild on Spotify. And if you've been listening on Spotify, thank you for making it the top track. And then, so after Orca, what happened after that? Feeling Like Fully Cooley was the party starter. I like the little accolades thing they gave the artists, where it's like the party starter, the night owl, the shared treasure, and the early riser. I was stoked to see that the instrumental versions of the songs, the instrumental reworks, are doing so good. I think I mentioned it in just last stream. Oh no, it was the stream before last. I forgot that I made them because of the 2024 survey feedback of people were like, yeah, it's another good idea, and like they've just been doing really good, and everybody's been loving them. So I'm like super thankful for that. And it was sick. Feeling Like Fully. I think I mentioned too. I felt like Feeling Like Fully Cooley was a little too repetitive, because that was another one where I made the demo for it, and Simply Day was talking about the demos earlier, but I made the demo for it, and I was like, dude, this needs vocals. So I did it, but I just liked the instrumental a lot, but it was really, really hard to make the instrumental sound like its own song. But I feel like we made it work. And I'm glad to see that like it worked so well that everyone was like, yo, I'm playing Feeling Like Fully Cooley to start the party, according to Spotify. I'm gonna check the next one right now. I was writing thank you to Edgar on their package. And then, we'll do a proper like survey results thing, but I also posted that Monster Kingdom grew by about 60%. So I'll be honest, I wrote that more to like, be a little like proud of myself, a little flexy, you know what I mean? Because Monster Kingdom's still pretty small. Like I have like on the website for the Monster Kingdom, like a hall of fame of like everyone that's in it, like semi-anonymized, so I'm not like doxing anyone. But it grew by 60% in terms of like it grew from like 20 members to 30 members, which is still a lot. So yeah. And then and what else happened? And then the Kaiju Club grew from about 6,300 people to 8,700, which is really nice. Which is like wild that, I don't know. It's crazy how wild the Kaiju Club's gotten. Because like, I don't know, some people have been like, some people who've been watching have been in there since like I know like Zaku's been in the Kaiju Club since I started it. You know what I mean? Like about. So it's like crazy. Like some people are like, yeah, I do remember that from like 2021 and stuff, but it just keeps growing. All right, what do we do next? Monster Tape Zero and Groovy the Galaxy CD. All right. And then What else? Let me check them real quick. Dun, dun. Boom, boom, boom. Oop. Sick. But then what else happened? So yeah, Kaiju Club grew a bunch. Oh, and what was wild is you know how Spotify the rap this year, it showed you like what place you were for each of your like favorite artists or your top artists. Or Pink Panthers. So Pink Panthers was my top artist of the year. I was number like 22,000 or something like that. So I was like, oh, I'm the 22,000th biggest Pink Panthers fan. But what was wild is my partner, she listens to my music while she sleeps, and like my Aviscerall stuff particularly, and she became my number 2 biggest, like she was like the number 2 biggest Aviscerall artist. And so I was like, who's number 1? And then come to find out, I didn't realize it at the time, and I feel bad because I just said thank you, but I didn't realize like the number 1 person like immediately posted me like as soon as I woke up, like, yo, I'm your number 1. And it was like, I think they're like, I don't want to, you know, be rude, but like they play PUBG Mobile, and I know it's popular in China, but they're from an Asian country, and their whole Instagram account was just them playing PUBG Mobile with like, you know, Asian characters. But they were like, yo, I love your stuff, and I was like, oh, sick. But Tricky Toko, how do I become a part of like Kaiju fan club? So they're both, since you're on Instagram, go to my link in bio on Instagram, and it would be under just, you know, click Groovy Kaiju. If you scroll down, it should have both like fan clubs. Monster Kingdom is has a 7-day free trial, and then that ends up becoming like a paid thing, but you get access to everything, like literally everything. So if I may, I would say try that one first. But if you're like, I don't want to like subscribe to the whole Patreon, there's also the Kaiju Club, which is completely free, and I just send you emails. But so it depends how deep you want to go. You can always upgrade between them and stuff like that. So yeah. And Rosa says, oh, that's nice. I know. It's a big deal. Oh, yeah. So it was super sick. But I feel bad though, because like, you know, y'all know, like, I'm like, please email me. So they were very much like talking to me over DMs, and I have like a thing like on Instagram that's like, hey, please email me. But I got, you know, I felt bad. So I still wanted to be like, I like low-key went to the DM and was like, yo, like, thank you so much. Like, I'm sorry it's sending you automated messages, but I just wanted to say thank you. Like, that's so crazy, you're number 1. You know what I mean? So yeah. So I know who my number 1 2025 Aviscerall listener is. And I guess they're just listening to my music playing PUBG. Tricky Toko, thank you. Yeah, of course, anytime. Hello, people. That's sick. I like that name. But yeah, top track for Aviscerall was "But I Still Love You," which was really nice for the year. Oh, Skigo, a jazz album would be sick. I want to do a whole. So I think I've joked about it on stream once, but dude, my end goal with all this music stuff is I want to make like Groovy Kaiju a sick like jazz album, and then like do like a Tiny Desk style thing one day where it's just like me and a bunch of the jazz dudes just like playing Orca and stuff live. Like that's when I know. That's like my creative end goal, is to be like a jazz musician, like an electronic jazz musician. Not like electro jazz, but like make like electronic inspired jazz music, if that makes sense. And not just like proper like John Coltrane jazz, but like, you know, the stuff that we're listening to really. Like if Orca, I would say, is like a jazz song, like stuff like Orca, but like actual live drums and stuff. And oh dude, that'd be so sick. One of these days, maybe we'll make it, who knows? Zaku says, I forgot that you have that shit on your Instagram all the time. I'll be responding to stuff. Oh yeah, Zaku's talking about the automated message thing. Yeah, because like, you know, I just don't want no one to feel like, dang, that's crazy. I responded to Groovy and he didn't respond to me. It's just like, you know, I don't know. I just feel bad. You know what I mean? Because it's like the example I've heard that's like I you know also like to say is like imagine you went into like a local card store or something. You're like your local like Magic the Gathering card shop or something, and you walked in and you were like, oh, this shop is so cool, and the guy looked at you and just went and just looked away. Like you'd be like, this place sucks. You know what I mean? So like when people try to talk to me, I try to let them know, like, yeah, just please talk to me this way. You know what I mean? Because then I can actually get back to you. So that way at least there's something, so they know I just didn't like, you know, never saw it, or you know what I mean? So yeah. I know it's all online, but you know, they're still people. We're all people, you know what I mean? So I'm trying to like make sure that everyone gets, you know what I mean? I want to be rude. So yeah. But yeah, but I Still Love You was the biggest one this year because thankfully Spotify was like, yo, you're getting on the biggest lo-fi beats playlist for this song, and I was like, let's go. Oh. And it was also like perfect timing because I was like, I quit my last job on my birthday. Oh, like not the one that just passed, but the one before that. And literally a month later, Spotify was like, boom, biggest lo-fi playlist. And I was like, let's go. But it's now off the biggest lo-fi playlist, so I'm like, damn. But I'm also surprised they chose that one out of all of them. Because I thought the synths were a little too like out there. Yeah, but I was like, okay, I guess they liked it. But also too, I think like AI music really popped off this year. So I think, you know, it was probably like the last one I'm getting for a while until like AI music finally stops trying to step on my turf, for lack of better words. But again, I'm still very like not afraid of AI, which we talked about already. But let me put it like this. You still love me. So after But I Still Love You. Oh, funnily enough, Zaku. So I said this before. Zaku. I'm gonna tell the story again. I said it in like the release video, but again, I'm sorry. I just keep talking like Zaku, Zaku, Zaku. But like we're really close friends. Like in real life, we played a bunch of shows together. But what's it called? So last show, I think the last show I played ever, like, you know, not like ever, but last show I played, I think, was in Phoenix, funnily enough, before I moved out here. And Zaku and I like played a show together. We were in an elevator, and because I knew I was gonna move already, Zaku was like, "Damn, it's crazy you're moving out to Phoenix, man." And one thing he told me was, "Bro, don't tell me you miss me unless you're gonna do something about it." You know what I mean? And I was like, Jesus Christ, dude. Okay. So it's like a kind of like an inside joke. I made a song that like very much felt like, I don't know, to me it felt very reflective of like, dang, that's crazy. I have to like leave my friends to like, you know, kind of like do what I want to do with my life. You know what I mean? Like move to Phoenix to be closer to my partner's family and low key save money to do all the music stuff. So I made a song called Chasing Stars While I'm Missing You. It was like a funny joke to Zaku to be like, I miss you, without saying I miss you. And it got the accolade of the early riser. So I guess people are listening to that song a bunch when they wake up in the morning. So congrats to you, Zaku, or congrats to both of us, Zaku, for inspiring a song that people listen to every morning. Did I say it that mean? You kind of did, dude. You know, because you're a little bit of a tough guy, man. You go to hardcore shows to get your nose broken, dude. You're a little tough. But it wasn't like mean, but you just said it like very like, I'm serious, like don't tell me you miss me unless you're gonna do something about it. And I was like, okay, I heard you loud and clear. But then I had to be a little jokey about it and make a song kind of like in reference to it. But that song did really good. Anyways, the Night Owl was Remember the First Time We Met. That was really cool. So I guess people are like trying to remember the first time they met their loved one before they go to bed, which is kind of really sweet. Shared Treasure, which is really nice. Cooling with Some Jellyfish is about pretty much, I have a buddy I've been skating out here named Trey, and he's the only person, every time I ask, like hang out with him, like, how you been, man? He's like, I've been cooling. I'm like, cooling? Who says cooling? That's such a cool word, dude. So I called it Cooling with Some Jellyfish in like a reference to Trey, but also like, aquariums let you pet jellyfishes. So I remember once I took a DDS and Curry Sucks. They're like James from DDS. They're like a musician, and like Kurisu is like they're I think they're married. So husband and wife. We would hang out, and like we went to the aquarium once. So it was like those two memories combined essentially. And then Spotify's goofy because it said the party starters, my song Lullabies, which is like a very sleepy, like go to bed song. So I'm like, sure it's the party starter Spotify. You know what I mean? So yeah. And then Ichi Mafia was the #1 artist for 3 fans. So I wonder who it is though, because that's interesting. Because Ichi Mafia, like I listened to it a ton this year, but I wasn't the #1. So we gotta find who the #1 is for Ichi. And we never found who number 1 was for Groovy Kaiju. I wonder who number 1 is on Spotify. Like the number 1, you know how like Pink, you know, I said earlier I'm the 220,000 Pink Panthers fan. I wonder who the number 1 Groovy Kaiju fan is. We gotta find them. We gotta make a bounty. But top Ichi songs, Highway 0, which I'm super stoked on. I like that song a lot. I'm glad I made top for Ichi. And yeah, Ichi grew a bunch. Like, I don't know, I just because, you know, we just dropped all the Ichi stuff this year. Spotify was like 300% more saves, 200% more followers, 167% more streams. I did that not to like more just because I thought it was funny. Because we just started this year, so it's like, oh yeah, duh. You know what I mean? But yeah. And then I talked about all my top songs. My top genre was drum and bass, which I was actually kind of like, oh wow. But yeah, you know, I've been locking, like I mentioned earlier, I listen to drum and bass to like lock in and like write emails low keys. So like any kind of writing, because like if I listen to like music with lyrics in it while I'm writing, I'll start to like write out the lyrics. So I have to listen to like instrumental music, but then drum and bass has been really nice for you know, like gotta like, you know, type as fast as I can. So it's been helping me like write a lot of like Instagram posts and emails and stuff like that. So that's why I think it's my top music, but to be honest, it's probably like not my actual top. Oh, dude. No, I have to reprint the label too. Dang. I just put the CD in this, and the bubble mailer was cut in the back, so I can't use it. But yeah, Simple Hideo makes you lock in. Yeah, dude. That's like my favorite thing about drum and bass, is that it is such good, like, you know what's funny? Or to me, what's funny? If you think about it, drum and bass is just fast lo-fi hip hop. Watch, dude. Take a lo-fi hip hop sample and just add drum and bass drums over it. I promise you it works. Because that's a lot of, like, when I think of like making the Ichi stuff, a lot of it was Zaku, you're not a jerk. You don't have to make, you know, you're not a jerk at all. I want to make you sound like a jerk. Like, yeah, but I'll read it right now. I love you, dog. But yeah, just quick, like, aside. What's it called? You put in the crying laughing emoji. But yeah, so for the Ichi stuff, the way I approach it is just like, I'll take the exact same samples I would have used for lo-fi hip hop, but rather than like slowing it down, I'll like speed it up like a lot. Like normally if the sample's like 80, I'll speed it to like 175 BPM, and then just add drum and bass drums on it, and bada boom bada bing. Yeah. It like, you know what I mean? Yeah, Simple Hideo, I know you've been DJing and playing with music. You try it out. Just find like a random like lo-fi hip hop sounding sample, speed it up a ton, and just get like a random drum break. Watch, it'll be like, why does this work so good? And that was kind of the whole approach to Ichi Mafia. Like, what's a good example? The Garage? No, The Garage was like a house song. Highway 0, fun enough, was a New Jack Swing song. That, like, the New Jack Swing sample. And somehow, like, when I listened back to the original sample for Highway 0, I'm like, how did we do that, dude? I forgot. You know what I mean? Unagi. Unagi is a great example. Like, that song is like it's like a lounge sample. Have you heard of lounge? It's like a certain type of like weird jazz music where it's like very chill. But like, it's a song you would make into lo-fi hip hop. But we just sped it up and threw some drum and bass drums on it, and just, dude, it's like sick. But okay, but I'm sorry, putting y'all into some game real quick. But Zaku says, for context, the reason why I say you know, don't say you miss me unless you're gonna do something about it is because everyone always throws around I miss you, but oftentimes people don't make effort or are too busy to do anything other than say I miss you when they run into someone. So my thinking is that when people have always been, don't tell me you miss me, make an effort to show you miss me. Yeah, no, that Zaku, it is very valid. Like, I think that's you know what I mean? That's what I respect about you, Zaku, is you know, you're very much like keep it real. Like, you're not afraid to stand on business, you know what I mean? And yeah, I know. Yeah, but your fans don't necessarily, yeah, that's true. Yeah, for context, y'all. Not to like tell y'all what Zaku is like. He can speak for himself, but they're very much kind of like keep it real, stand on business kind of person. So Zaku was trying to preempt me, like, don't you dare say you miss me and not do anything about it, because if you miss me, actually, you know, actually do something. But now we can talk all the time over here. So yeah, and we're all worked out. It all worked out perfectly. Oh, gotta get ready to learn how to drive and have been afraid of this. Good night, everyone. Take care and have fun. Have a nice night, Roses. Thanks for stopping by as always. Always good to hear from you, and good luck on your driving or learning how to drive. You'll be okay. Like think about it like this, Roses. Think about, I mean, this may be a little bit rude, but Roses, think about the dumbest person you know, and then also realize that they also can drive. You know what I mean? So you'll be okay. So take it easy, Roses. Have a good night and good luck on driving. Zaku, I'm gonna run into your fans someday and they beat me up. Nah, dude, they'd be like, oh shit, is that Zaku? Nah, we're all friends, dude. We're all gonna, I'm telling you, we'll have to figure out how to do a field trip together. It's gonna be really awesome. Thank you, Alo. Dang, this took like 3 bubble mailers. That's hilarious. Sick. Literally act like you know how to drive. Serious, not serious. True. True. That, like, honestly, yeah, fake it till you make it kind of is a strategy that works out. Yeah, the only time I think you can't fake it till you make it is if you're driving stick shift. But I feel like that's like a very special case. Because like, the only reason why I say that is because when I got my first stick shift car, I very much just like pretended like I'm gonna drive to the store and just pretend like I know how to drive stick shift. And dude, I caused so much ruckus on the streets, just like kept stalling the car. I just could not figure it out. I had to like watch like YouTube tutorials as I was like blocking traffic. Zaku, my stupid ass can drive, you'll be fine. That's what I'm saying, yeah. Yeah, driving is terrifying though. I'm the type of person where I'm very like locked in when I drive. Because it is a very like, if you think about it, it's a very high stakes activity that we do all the time. But what's it called? But yeah, everyone can do it, you know what I mean? Like they made cars dumb enough for the dumbest of us, so like yeah. I think Rose has already left, but we all know. Simply no, I'd be crying on the spot. Yeah. Yeah, I just felt I felt bad trying to learn stick shift on the streets, but I figured it out. Now I can drive stick shift just fine. Definitely was stressful though, that's for sure. Oh, I almost fell. Hey. Okay, this is our last bubble wrap. So thankfully all the other orders are just boxes. I think we can get away with just boxes. Yeah. Yeah, the rest of the CDs are just multi-state zeros, it looks like. And we're good, yeah. Alright, so yeah, we're talking about top genre. Oh, it's my top albums, yeah. Oh my god. So, okay, Skyr can't drive. Okay, cool. Skyr says, I can't drive at all. Skyr can't drive, cool. I'm sorry. But, I don't know, I just like it when people like, I don't know, for some reason, dude, like I'm very like, oh hell yeah, we're the same, let's go. Or like, you guys are the same, that's so sick. There's something, I don't know, the world, everyone's so different, but so the same at the same time. I just love to see when people are like, yes. Anyways, Skyr says, I cannot drive at all. Highway hypnosis sucks. Also, for whatever, being in a car during the day makes me drowsy for some reason. Yeah, I'm also kind of a get sleepy at the wheel kind of person. And it's been something I've had like, I felt so bad because there was someone, a friend of mine, I remember they had their birthday and I went to a show and I was like, oh, come out for the show. But I didn't look up how far it was from the show. And it was like a 2-hour drive and it was already like, I think 11 p.m. And I was like, dude, I might fall asleep on the way back. So I had to like text them a long text. And I was like, I'm so sorry, but like, I genuinely might fall asleep at the wheel if I were to go to your birthday party. And I felt bad. But I think I saw them one time after that and they weren't like mad or anything, but I just still felt like horrible. And I was like, no, it was your birthday. I said I would go. You know what I mean? So yeah, they understood, but it was just still like, dang, dude, I let a friend down. But yeah, Super Hideo, oh for sure. I drive the interstate every day to work. Gotta worry about QuickTime events when people either want to cut me off, especially for those that ride the shoulder. Dude, the fact you said QuickTime events is hilarious. I just imagine Super Hideo driving and like a car starts cutting over and it's just like the whole all slows down. It's like, what do you do? What are you gonna do? Yeah. But yeah, it does feel like that though. It definitely feels like that. But yeah, anyways, top albums. So Don't Tap the Glass. It's silly that I didn't actually do a stream where I was like, didn't plan to talk about Spotify rap on the stream, but now that I'm here, I'm like, I should do this. Anyways, Don't Tap the Glass. Future Funkhauser QuickTime event while driving. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so Don't Tap the Glass with Tyler the Creator. Did y'all like that album? Anyone else hear it? Anybody else care about it? I'll be honest, this is like maybe it's not a hot take, but if I may, low key, I feel like Don't Tap the Glass, I don't know. I was like, this shit kind of sounds like my shit. Like when I heard it, I was like, hold up. Like it definitely, I'm not gonna be like, oh, Tyler the Creator is secretly listening to my stuff. And I'm not like that in my own head, but I was like, this sounds like stuff I've been, you know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like I'm like what's it called? Like kids these days didn't know back in the day we were already doing it. You know what I mean? Like I feel like that about it. I'm like, this does sound hella similar. And then, I didn't say anything about it because I was like, I want to be that guy. But then someone in the Kaiju Club replied to my email and was like, yo, dog, do you think Don't Tap the Glass sounds like your stuff? And I was like, yo, it's not just me. You know what I mean? Like, that's actually a valid feeling. Let's go. So yeah, as soon as I heard it, I was like, oh, dude, this is sick. It's like, honestly, like, again, it sounds like something I would have made, you know what I mean? But of course, Tyler the Creator, so it's like his own stuff. It's amazing. But I think to be fair though, I think we're both from LA, you know what I mean? Like, I think a lot of it's just, having the same cultural influence. And since Tyler the Creator was like, I want to make a body movement album, it was probably just natural that we're going to pull from the same vibes and sounds, you know what I mean? But it's just, I've been making body movement albums for a little bit. So when he put his hat in the ring, it was like, oh, this kind of sounds like my shit. Yeah. Anyways, but I absolutely loved it. I literally was just listening to it like on loop for a good month. And even just recently, I was like, Don't Tap the Glass was hella good after I looked through the survey results. So listen to not even just like listen to the song. I dead ass will just put the album on loop and listen to it. And then my second top album was Not Tight by Domi and JD Beck. And that's like speaking of jazz, that's like a proper like modern jazz album. And what's it called? So what's funny is that I've always liked Domi and JD Beck, and like I had a buddy that I used to work with named Nick Fitzgerald. No, it's not doxing him because like that's his actual like name he puts on the internet. Anyways, I was like, wait, should I say his full name? Anyways, so super random, but so we used to work together, and we were both tech people. And so what he would do is that he would like during the week he would just like go out to eat, do takeout, whatever, make little like small like corn dogs in the air fryer. But on the weekend, what him and his partner would do is they would make like super extravagant like from scratch meals. So pretty much they would like eat like just whatever during the week, and then during the weekend they would like just kind of like hang out together, spend time together while like something was cooking in the background all day long. So they would do like 48-hour meals, you know what I mean? Which takes 40 hours to cook. And so he was really into pizza, and like one time he made like a whole YouTube video about his whole like from scratch pepperoni pizza process, where he like showed, I keep wasting these, oh my god, but he showed from scratch how he like did the sausage, like did the whole packing of the sausage, how he like let it like dry out and all, like he showed the entire process to make a pizza. And he pretty much like, you know, posted this video, and he ended up like, you know, because we were friends, he's like, yo, can I use your song? I was like, yeah, dude, I don't care. And now he has like, I think like the number 5 post of all time on the pizza subreddit. Like if you go to top all time, you'll see like u/FitchGen, and I think he used my song at some part. And yeah, and it was super sick. So like to get another random friend is like, I know the guy that has one of the best pizza posts on the pizza subreddit of all time, of all of Reddit's history. You know what I mean? Anyways, so pretty much he was a really big Domi JD fan, and like I listened to him, but he was like really into him. And then for some reason I moved to Phoenix. I was like, bro, like I feel like listening to, like I was literally like in this room with like nothing in the room because we were still moving, and I just had this same little like TV dinner tray, and I would just like work on music stuff, like, you know, answer emails and stuff like that. And I was like, dude, I just feel like listening to jazz right now. And I just listened to Domi and JD Beck like the whole month of February, just on loop. It was crazy. And then I ended up buying the CD, and now in my car it's like I'll keep it in for like months at a time, just like only the same album, jazz album. But yeah, that's why it's my second top album. Anyways, Funkhauser, wow, yeah, dude, it's a really good video. I mean, it's like a very like you have to be a guy who really likes cooking pizza to like want to watch the whole video, but it is super sick. My bad, Zaku. And Zaku says he shops at the Whole Foods I used to work at. It was always funny to see people think it was a good idea to try to approach him. Oh yeah. Tyler the Creator has been very vocal in interviews that he does not like that. But that's cool. He used to like pop through the Whole Foods used to work at. And yo, Gavin, dude, good to see you, man. That's awesome. How you been, dude? Thanks for stopping by. I always appreciate you like commenting on everything. I always see your comments, and I'm like, hey, what's up? Thanks for stopping by, Gavin. Yeah, we're just talking about Spotify Wrapped. You probably, yeah, because I know you see all my, you comment on all my posts. So I mean, if you didn't, it's fine. But yeah, I posted my whole Spotify Wrapped, like everything today. So what's it called? So we're just talking about that. What was your Spotify Wrapped, Gavin? If you don't mind asking. Maybe your top 5 artists or something. But yeah, and then my third biggest album was Fish Scales Theory by Bo and Bubba. Lowkey, because I'm a try to get my music out there on Instagram. There's a beat maker named Bo and Bubba who also was using Instagram to like get their music out there, and the beats were sick. So I was like, dude, I'm gonna check this out. So I listened to his album, and now I became like a really big fan of his just from like a random Instagram ad I saw of him on his Spotify and stuff. So I've been keeping up with all his music, and he dropped a new album this year called Fish Scale Theory. And what's really sick is, you know, the song by Tupperwave, like Funkhauser, I'm sure knows. Yeah, I wish Bandcamp did a rap too. Bandcamp rap would be so sick. Yeah, I'm surprised they don't. Anyways, Bo and Bubba, pretty much Funkhauser would know. Tupperwave has a song, I forgot the name of it, but the song's like, play another love song, something like that. And it's like a super sick Tupperwave song. I forgot the name of it, but it's a super sick flip. But funnily enough, Bo and Bubba did the same sample, except Tupperwave is more like slow and like, for lack of a better word, sensual. But Bo and Bubba's is more like hip hop, like, hey, I'm driving my car, you know what I mean? I don't know. But it's like 2 sick flips of the same song. So I like had that like a lot of my playlists. But see, Funkhauser knows I knew it. But Gavin says top artists were Tyler the Creator and some niche metal and Midwest emo bands. That's sick, dude. I'm a big Midwest emo fan. Have you heard of Pi Day? They're like super low key, but there's someone in the Kaiju Club, Gavin, like one of my fan clubs, and they're from, I think, Iowa. I just bought one of their shirts, but they're a Midwest emo band called Pi Day. Not like you know, stereotypical Midwest emo, but there's lots of Midwest emo influence, and they're from the Midwest. So I've been listening to a lot of Pi Day. And you ever heard, Gavin, listen to Dads? I think Dads is like peak Midwest emo. Dads is like the greatest band ever. But sick, yeah. Yeah, I think on Spotify they're under Pi Day. They have a song called Cigarettes. It's like a demo, and it's hella good. Let me make sure. Yeah, they're the first result when you like look up Pi Day. And the first song is Cigarettes, so yeah, you'll hear it. They're still releasing demos, but yeah, they're sick. I highly suggest it, Gavin. But yeah. Like the song Cigarettes has 2,000 streams. I'm pretty sure I'm at least like 100 of them. Thank you, Aiden. I gotta pull up my Spotify Wrapped one more time. Oh, this is the instrumental version. Hey. But so yeah, Fish Scale Theory. Next is Unplugged by Alice in Chains. So what happened? You know how I told y'all that I started doing the live streams because my buddy who had the warehouse had a baby? Well, I'll be honest too, another part of the whole warehouse thing is that like, low key, I was running out of money to pay the dude because of all the tariffs and stuff like that. Because like, tariffs even affected me, like, even for like, the reason why I had to build, like, I don't know if you can see right here, but let me pull it up real quick. I have this big old box of like empty jewel cases. Like these are all just like CD cases. I have to build the CD by hands now because like, the manufacturer I use to make CDs, they got hit by the tariffs. So then that then bubbled down to me. So I had to take the L on like, you know, getting the CDs made. And it's like, I already give them out for free. So it's like, damn, dude. You know what I mean? So it was getting to a point where I was like, dude, I don't know if I can even afford to pay for the dude to help me anymore. So I was listening to Alice in Chains on loop, just like, dude, I'm gonna have to tell him I can't afford this no more. This is like, I'm so sad. So I like literally was just in like a big, like, semi, not want to use the word depression, but I was in a semi like, you know, dark state. Just listen to Alice in Chains Unplugged on loop. Like, I gotta tell my homie that I can't afford this no more. And then like literally like the week of, he was like, yeah man, so I'm having a baby later this week and I don't think I can do this anymore. And I was like, oh sick, dude, I was like in the same boat. And he was like, ah. You know what I mean? So it was hella funny. So that's why I was listening to Alice in Chains. But Gavin says, also totally not trying to push my brand or anything here, but the streams have been so fun and funky. Now with the tracks behind it, I really appreciate you, man. Hey, dude, I appreciate it too. Yeah, thank you so much. What do you mean not push your brand? I mean, you didn't push anything, man. We're chilling. But yeah, dude, like, thank you so much for the kind words. I'm so glad to hear you liking the streams, and I'm glad that you like have my like, you know, music behind it and stuff. I'm just hanging out, listening to tunes, man. It's a really good time, and I'm glad that you're having fun too, man. Thank you. But yeah. And then, of course, my number 5 album was Ichi Mafia. If you got the Ichi, someone mentioned they got the Ichi Mafia top artist video. I mentioned in the video, Ichi Mafia is like my favorite album of the year. And you know, I made it, so I'm like biased, but like it genuinely is my favorite album of the year. I've just, because it's like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I made it, but I don't know, just having like one of your like closest homies also be a part of the project, it just, I don't know, it breathes so much into like its own life into it that I'm like, oh yeah, this is like so refreshing every time I hear it. Because it's like, you know, it's like music I want to hear, but also it's like, you know, someone I like really respect musically and as like a friend has, I don't know. I hope that makes sense, but yeah, dude, it's, yeah. I love the Ichi Mafia album that we dropped. Super Hideo says, every now and then I go into my rock phase and start with Everlong from the Foo Fighters. That's what's up, dude. Yeah. Yeah, everyone's like, I think once a year I get into a big like metal or rock phase. Yeah, and this year I'm surprised. Like last year it was a lot of just listening to like contemporary like soul and like funk and stuff. So this year was like interesting that you know what I mean, it was more like rock and drum and bass. Going back to like drum and bass, huh? But yeah. Oh yeah, my listening age was 19. And that's like kind of what I was saying earlier about the stream title. Yeah, because like I feel like if you got an older one, it's kind of like, dang, you kind of got outed for like only listening to like AC/DC. That's kind of crazy. Like you don't listen to new music? That's crazy. But then at the same time, for someone like me, it's like, hey, my music taste is so hip and up to date. But at the same time, it's like, you still play Roblox, bro? Like, what's going on? You know what I mean? Like, why are you getting 19? Listen to Baby Shark? You know what I mean? So yeah. Gavin says, hardest thing about streaming for me was taking a hit on VOD plays because one song would be claimed by someone, then I got to go through and cut out a segment. Having your music saves me so much hassle. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, dude, of course. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, is that like, yeah, I'm glad to hear that my music works, because sometimes the sample can get a little goofy, where it'll be like, it's actually this other song by this other artist who used the same sample. But yeah, same here, dude. It's like, I don't know. It's just like, why? It's like not that serious. I don't know. And it's like, at the end of the day, you want more people to hear your music, right? So that's why I'm not tripping. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that it's saving you a lot of hassle. So I'd much rather just, you know, give you the opportunity to, like, you know, be artistic yourself and stuff than trying to like chase every last penny on like something, you know what I mean? Because also too, just like that, I feel like that strategy, I think there's a certain point, like, you know, of course, if like you're like Mr. Beast, it's like, yeah, come on, bro, like, really, you don't got some dollars you can give your boy, but, you know, if we're all just like trying to have fun, it's like, it's not that serious. So yeah. Oh yeah. All right, and then oh yeah, I didn't get to share the thing, but my like Spotify for, I'll probably share it in the Monster Kingdom. I think I'm gonna do that for next week's like update. Is like share every single stat from my Spotify rap, because like, you know, you can only have 20 slides on Instagram. But I got like the Cosmic something club. I forgot what it was called, but it was nice to see that like my club favorites was Macross, me. I love Midnight Trust too. I told that story about how I found Midnight Trust. Like, well, I had like a free, well, it wasn't free. My buddy won tickets to Desert Days. And yeah, you know, have y'all ever seen Holes? By the way, we were joking about this the other day. We were talking. Remember Holes with Shia LaBeouf and the one kid with the afro, like Madame Zeroni? It was a Disney Channel original movie. But Gavin says, not for real, man. Oh yeah, Simply Hideo, Cosmic Stereo Club. And hey, Spencer got Cosmic Club too. That's what's up, dude. Yeah, hey, Cosmic Club, let's go. But Gavin says, not for real, man. Been listening to your stuff for like 3-4 years now. So I feel so loved being able to share your music as well. Exactly, dude. Thank you so much, Gavin. I'm so glad to hear it. And thanks for listening for so long, man. And exactly. We're just trying to make art and enjoy stuff. You know what I mean? Just be creative, have a good time. But yeah, no worries for the bad punctuation. I also am just trying to read really fast, so I'm fumbling my words. But yeah, Simply Hideo was 0, right? So at least Simply Hideo will get this. But in the movie Holes, like part of the plot line is that Shia LaBeouf, their family is cursed because like their great uncle or something end up like making some fortune teller really upset. So she was like, "You must carry me up a mountain to atone for your sins if you ever want to remove the curse." So their family kind of like always gets into some bad luck. But then through happenstance, Shia LaBeouf becomes friends with Zero, who's like one of the characters. And Shia LaBeouf, like they're trying to escape from like this prison they're at for like juvenile hall or something. And like part of the, just by happenstance, he carries them up a mountain to like give them some water and some like food. And then like, because Zero is a descendant of the fortune teller that, you know, cursed his family, it lifts the curse and the whole thing is fine. So NetNavi, historically, horrible luck, just terrible luck. Like we'd play like any Pokemon game with RNG, always getting this Pokemon paralyzed. Just terrible luck, just absolutely terrible luck. I'm trying to think of other examples, but you know, never won a raffle, never won anything. And like, yeah, you used to play competitive Pokemon, and it would be like, if there was like a 1% chance your Pokemon get paralyzed, it would. And it was like, dude, like you just have really bad luck. But then we started snowboarding together, and then I think like a week after we went snowboarding for the first time together, he won this first raffle ever, and it was tickets to like this $600 music festival per ticket, and he won 2. So then we went together and stuff, and we just were talking the other night, and we're like, dude, like the joke we made is like, oh, you gotta carry me up the mountain, because I used to have an afro just like Zero from the movie. So I was like, dude, you gotta carry me up a mountain, and we'll remove all your bad luck. And then, you know, if you think about it, he drove me up the mountain to go snowboarding, and then literally a week later, he won tickets to like, he won $1,200 worth of music festival tickets. So we finally put 2 and 2 together, and yeah, Holes was based on a true story. But why did I bring that up? I don't know, but it was Midnight Trust, that's why. So yeah, so it was sick to see them, because I found about them through NetNavi and Data Girl again. I think that's what I want to have next talk, but you know, it all depends on the work schedule. I have to hit them up. Because Data Girl and 3D Blast, like we mentioned earlier, would be super sick to have both of them. All right, cool. Let me pack this real quick. Simply Deo was based on you guys. It was just too early. Exactly, dude. That's what we're pretty much convinced on. As it was a true story based on us just predicting the future. So if you have bad luck, find a friend with an afro or really long hair and take them up a mountain and your curses will be lifted, is the moral of the story. Hey, yeah. And then, oh, my YouTube recap. That was super. So how'd y'all feel about the YouTube recap? Did y'all get a YouTube recap? Anyone want to share like their top channels or anything like that? It was really cool. I don't know, it was just cool to see. Like, I think YouTube has still a ways to go to make it look cool, but it was really nice. I like talking to people about YouTube. Look, Funkhauser curses? Yeah, dude. Curses are wild. But yeah, my YouTube recap, it kind of outed me, but said self-improver, which I was like soaked on. And yeah, one thing my little brother said that was really sweet when we used to live together is he was like, hey man, like with all that music stuff you do, he's like, you're like literally the only person I know that like, because like when we lived together, like I would eat lunch and just watch like marketing videos and stuff like that. So I was just trying to get better. And like I would watch like, you know, what are artists doing to like, as independent artists to like make it work and stuff like that. And he was like, dude, like 24/7, all you would do was just like watch videos and, you know, try to get better at what you were doing. And he was like, it was so inspiring to see my big brother doing that. And it made me want to do that for myself. And I was like, oh, maybe I am good big brother. But anyways, so yeah, so YouTube, I still do that. So YouTube pretty much called it out. It said tech product reviews, but I'm like, dude, I don't watch any tech product reviews. I don't know why I said that. I watch MKBHD videos every once in a while, but like I'm not buying anything. So like, I don't think I watch that many. So I think the categories may need some work, but yeah, my top channels were the Astrology Podcast, another astrologer, and Atrioc, because my partner got me into astrology. But I was gonna branch in this, but in the survey I asked people like, is anyone else into this? Because in LA, dude, every one of them. I remember I was like working at the spotter company, and at some point, I think we got a new employee, and she joined. She was a designer, and she was like, I'm a Sagittarius, and then like literally, like, so I had my like supervisor, their name was Walker. They had a cool ass like Star Wars name, like that was their actual name, but they were like this like 6'5" like buff like dude. And then she's like, oh, I'm a Sagittarius, and then he was like, oh, what's your rising sign? And I was like, what? You know what I mean? And then like our whole team had like a whole deep discussion on astrology. So pretty much I was like, is this an LA thing, or is this like just anyone who's like musical thing? So that's why I asked in the fan club survey, and then everyone was like, the funniest response, and I feel bad about it, to laugh about it, but someone responded when I asked like, hey, are you into astrology? On like the very end of the survey, someone was like, no, but my ex was, and put like a crying emoji. And I was like, oh no. So I felt hella bad, but like, and you know, rightfully so. Some people are like very like anti that because of their own religious stuff. So I try to keep it more to myself now, but yeah, that was my top YouTube thing. I watch a lot of those videos, I ain't gonna lie. And then a lot of Atrioc. I like watch every Atrioc video pretty much. Atrioc is like my source of news at this point of like what's going on in the world. Yeah, I found him because of like, you know, again, going to all the marketing videos. I found their Marketing Monday thing, and it's just so funny the way he presents like all these business fails. But oh yeah, my bad. Okay, Simply Adele says they called me game savvy, tech curious, and social. I disagree with the last one and the challenger. I feel that, yeah. And Gavin says Magic the Gathering was like my top 4 channels I got into heavy this year. Hey, that's what's up, dude. Yeah, I've been playing lowkey. I've been playing Magic too. I probably should talk about that at some point, but I don't know. I try to like keep a. I feel the same about astrology as I do Magic. Is like, you know, these are dangerous waters you're getting in, because Magic is like not like, I know the game Magic the Gathering, but it's like, you know, that's a slippery slope. You might like mess around and drop your wallet and catch on fire if you go into the wrong Magic shop, the Magic the Gathering shop. You spend buying a whole deck or something. But Simply Deo OGs, yeah, dude. I was like, oh no, I triggered my mans. I reminded him of his ex, oh no. And Funkhauser says, I'm friends with a woman who has a crystal astrology shop around here. She's so cool. Hey, that's what's up, dude. That's super sick. Yeah, some astrology people be really nice. They just, you know, they just really connected with the universe and all that. They be on it. They be chilling. But yeah, Magic the Gathering. Yeah, so Gavin, pretty much I have a friend who's like trying to like stop the habit. They're like low-key in Magic rehab, but they keep falling back in. But yeah, like I think this Saturday I might go play Magic. But the thing is I'm like, dude, I'm not gonna buy cards. Like it's right now I'm already like in a really not great financial spot, and I'm like, I cannot spend money on Magic yet. Like that is the last thing I should be spending my money on. And on top of that too, like I don't know, I just don't really have like a big passion for it. Like if I'm I'd much rather like make music or honestly do this, keeping it real. You know what I mean? So like yeah, I was like, but so my relationship to Magic too, speaking of that, is that dude, Funkhouse Magic Rehab is a real place. It really is, dude. It really is. But my relationship to it is that in high school, my same buddy that got me into anime, like maybe like a year or two before it really got popular, his whole family played Magic the Gathering, and they were really good. Like they were, I remember they were state champions for a couple of years. So like I low-key learned Magic from like, you know, like 2010 Magic the Gathering state champion, like California state champions of Magic the Gathering. So because of that, they played like brutal, and all they do was like talk shit. Like, you guys don't know what you're doing, haha. You know what I mean? So because of that, I learned how to play a really fast, like brutal, like turn 3 game is over type of Magic from them, because they all play rush decks. So I remember once they had me like go to like one of those like tournaments where you know, like a new set would come out, and like you have to like, you know, pretty much make a deck just based on the cards you pull from the packs. And it was the first time Aviscerall was introduced. So like Aviscerall, like if you aren't a Magic fan, but like it's pretty much one of the most powerful cards in the game to this day. It was that set. And they were like, hey, we'll pay for your entry fee, just give us the cards. And I literally went just so they had one more body to get more cards, because they were like packs at a cheaper price. You know, it was like a deal anyways. Anyway, I pulled Aviscerall. I pulled like one of the most powerful cards in the game. And I remember the guy was like, when I pulled it, I was like, this is the card on the back, right? And the guy was like, and like I remember he grabbed it, like his brother grabbed it with both his fingers, and he was like, thank you. You know what I mean? Because he was like such a big Magic nerd. So I made my deck, and I remember this one guy was like, yeah, all I do, like, you know, this is my biggest hobby. I love playing Magic, yada, yada, yada. I just play with my college friends all the time. Like, this is what I do all the time. And I remember I beat him in like 5 minutes flat, like best 2 out of 3. He didn't win it. He didn't get close. And he was like, how old are you? And I was like, I'm like 14. He's like, why are you so good? Like, this is great. I was like, oh, it's because I played with them. And then I remember I just did the first round, and then I forfeited after that, because I was like, I'm gonna go skate. And they were like, what the fuck? Why was that kid so like? So I just knocked this one college kid out of the whole tournament just real quick, and then I was like, cool, you don't need me anymore. All right, peace. And I peaced out. So that's my. I'm not that good at Magic, but like, there was a time where I was real nasty at Magic, just by happenstance. But I'm not bad, Gavin. I have like 10 commander decks, and my friends got a bunch as well, so we just all throw our decks into a pile, roll a d20, and play randoms. Oh, that sounds so much fun. That's a good night, dude. Yeah, so I'll admit, I was very like anti-commander for a little bit, because like, the thing about commander is because it is nice that you can play with all your friends at the same time and stuff, but it's just the games get so long. And I remember like, you know, I feel like a lot of people play really slow Magic, and you kind of want to play slow for commander. So it's like, you'll be there like playing 3-hour games, and they're just like, well, I played the black hole that then clears the whole board, so we start over and the game's still going. And I'm like, dude, Chasm, dude, good to see you, man. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for letting me hydrate. I am talking a lot. I definitely need to hydrate. But I was very anti-commander at first, because, you know, depending on who you can play with, like sometimes they'll build these decks that are just like, talk, I have to go to the bathroom, dude. You know what I mean? Like, this is taking forever. But my friends out here in Phoenix, they play like a little bit of a quicker commander. Like they play games where it's like, okay, each game is maybe an hour tops. You know what I mean? They don't try to build decks that are like, oh, 3-hour long game. This is so much fun. And I'm like, yeah, for you. You know what I mean? Like, I want to sit there and watch you like do a turn for 10 hours. You know what I mean? Anyways, so I say all this to say that, like, they've been having me go to Magic Night, and they let me borrow their decks and stuff, but you know, eventually they're like, come on, bro, just get a proxy. So I found an app where it'll like go ahead and like pull, like you can get like I think it's called Moxfield. They give you a deck list, so you can like Wazaku. I'll get back to everyone right now, but you get like a Moxfield thing. You plug it into like some app, and it downloads all the pictures of the cards for you. This is hella sketchy. It downloads all the pictures of the cards for you, and then you use another app that opens up a web browser for you, and then makes a like custom playing card order with all the pictures of the cards. So it's like you essentially order fake cards for like, you know, a 1/100th of the price of like trying to buy all the cards officially. But of course you can't like actually use them, but it's like for friends and stuff, it's fine. So yeah, so that's you know, that's where I am with Magic right now, is I bought my own like actual cool competitive deck, but it's all like fake. And it's been like something I've been doing just to hang out with my friend, because I've been, again, going back to like being burnt out on games. I was like, hey man, I'm kind of over playing PUBG for a little bit, but I'll go with you to Magic Night. That's, you know, I'll compromise you there. And he's like, all right, fine. You know what I mean? But yeah, let me respond to everyone. I'm sorry, I just rambled. Skyer says, I've only ever played Yu-Gi-Oh! Because Pokemon TCG is just scalper hell. It really is, dude. And Magic is naturally expensive. Seeing some of these crossover sets that have come out recently has not inspired me to jump into either. Yeah, collectibles and cards have gotten really wild. Funnily enough, the same friend in high school that taught me, like, whose family taught me to play Magic, before they played Magic, they were really big into Yu-Gi-Oh! And they also got pretty deep into the Yu-Gi-Oh! Competitive scene. But they kind of got out of it because, you know, it was wild. Like, once you get deep into any card game competitive scene, it's just like, it gets ridiculous. So he was like, let me just play Magic with my family. So he was a recovering Yu-Gi-Oh!-ist, if that's a word. Yu-Gi-Oh!-ist. But yeah, card games, yeah, it's a little too wild, especially with the scalper stuff. But I do like watching, even though Pokemon is scalper hell, it makes for some really good YouTube videos. I love Deep Pocket Monster, I'm not gonna lie. Gavin says, if you want to stay on the cheap side, get a tabletop simulator on Steam, and you can run any deck and even make your own online and put them into it. It's very sick. Hey, thank you, Gavin. Yeah, I've heard about that. But yeah, it's mostly because it's similar to what you're doing with your homies. It's very much like an in-person, like, oh, we're all just hanging out type of vibe, you know what I mean? So that's like why I got the, you know, I just explained the proxy thing. If you're curious on it, you can send me an email if you're ever curious on how to do it. So I had to figure this out just so my, you know, I mean, my buddy would be like, bro, come on, get a proxy, just so I can, you know, I guess peer pressured into it, low key. But yeah, if we played online, I'd totally do that, because that is like a hella good idea. Zaku says, I have a card list for a Godzilla deck, but I haven't bought anything to build it yet because I've been trying to save for Japan. Yeah, I say save for Japan, dude. It's not, do not give Magic money. It's not worth it, dude. Japan is so much more worth it, in my opinion, at least. Skyer, and now Yu-Gi-Oh! Sweater cancer meta. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Exactly, yeah. My buddy, they were doing Yu-Gi-Oh! Way back in, like, you know, again, 2011. Oh, it was before that. It was like 2008. They were doing Yu-Gi-Oh! Competitive stuff. Yu-Gi-Oh's always kind of had like a crazy meta. Weren't they making like a Yu-Gi-Oh! VR game though? I saw like Konami was making like an Oculus Quest game where you can, like, you know, it was like a whole Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you put down the cards and it was like the anime where the cards come out and stuff. That's what's gonna get me back into Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm not gonna lie, because I need to see that for the nostalgia reason. I need to experience that before I leave this earth. Gavin, we drink and sometimes it'll be 4 or 5 hours of nonsense Magic. Yeah, exactly. That's the whole vibe. Yeah, it's just meant to, you know, it's just something to kill the time. It's funny is I feel the same way about Magic the Gathering as I do as baseball. Like, going to a baseball game is just like, yeah, 4 or 5 hours of just being nonsense, yelling at the pitcher, throw some strikes. You know what I mean? Just talk shit with people. Hit the ball. Get the nosebleeds. But Zaku says, I know exactly what you're talking about because my homies play Magic and they told me about that shit. That's exactly what I was going to do for my Godzilla deck, and anybody who has a problem with doing that shit, it's classist and they say they hate poor people. Damn, Zaku, you going in, dude. Yeah, I think it's, what's it called? I don't think anyone's ever, like, looked at me and was like, how dare you proxy? But, you know, some people are, like, really, like, competitive and, like, they kind of, you know, if you're, like, trying to, like, make money by playing Magic tournaments, then I think it's, like, there's a valid, like, you shouldn't be allowed to just do that. But yeah. Especially if it's, like, a sponsored event by the game developers, you know what I mean? Because I know they're a mega corporation, but, you know, they do have to make money. As much as I hate to admit it. But I guess they could always monetize in other ways, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah, I've never met someone that was like, ugh, how dare you proxy? in like a, again, in a not tournament setting or something. Skyr says Yu-Gi-Oh! Is now just straight up go first, play solitaire for 4 minutes, and build unbreakable board on turn 1 opponent scoop. Yeah. Yeah, because I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Kind of like the game mechanics were kind of broken. I've watched a video that was comparing all the different like competitive card games. And yeah, I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Very much is like, to your point, play solitaire. Just like, how do I draw as many cards as possible on turn 1? And, you know, go to town like that. Because like they don't have like things like mana and all that. Oh yeah, Tricky Toko, bro. I remember the era of Beyblades in its prime, especially the theme song. So many kids collected those almost as much as Pokemon cards. Dude, Beyblades are sick. Yeah, what's it called? I'll show you right now. So I mentioned this in the last stream, but pretty much one of the people that I'll see on Instagram all the time that comments on my stuff. They run like a Beyblade and like a Atlanta Beyblade tournament thing. And they put me on like they didn't tell me to buy the stadium because the stadium's actually kind of whack, but I had like this bag is like their recommended like top tier Japanese Beyblades I found on Amazon. Yeah, Beyblades were sick. I remember having them as a kid and like just Beyblading, dude, letting it rip with all the homies on my street. It was a good time. Gavin, if I start doing proxies low-key, I'm gonna get a machine and cut my own decks. That way we have pre-made commander ever lol. It's like $300 the machine might sink into a YouTube channel. Check into it. Yeah, so funnily enough, the buddy that was like peer pressuring me getting a proxy, he had another buddy that already had the machine, the one that you mentioned, and they were doing like a, you know, $60, I'll build any deck for you. But low-key, I found the thing I mentioned does it for like 45. So, but yeah, get it, if you have the machine yourself, then yeah, of course, that would be the cheapest way to do it. But yeah, but that'd be a nice little side hustle too, Gavin. People like Etsy page and make some like pre-built decks. Just throwing it out there, man. If you're looking for a little side hustle, get a bunch of make like the waifu like decks of like the most popular meta cards or meta builds and stuff. Yeah, you be good to go. In fact, I'm not gonna lie. This same buddy of mine, they told me what decks they have. They actually like it sunk the money into get like the multiple $1,000 decks and stuff because like they're like for real about it. And that's why they're a recovering Magic guy. Because they're like, bro, I gotta stop buying all these Magic cards because it's so much money. But anyways, so for their birthday they just passed, I got them some proxy cards where it's like, you know, the deck. You know, I asked them like, oh, what are your favorite decks? Haha, just as like a gift idea. So I went on Etsy and I found a bunch of like, you know, anime waifus with like, you know, leaning over, and you just kind of like joke with him because he's also into anime and stuff. He was like, oh, he was really stoked on the birthday gift. Like, I don't think he's ever gonna use the cards. It was like partly a joke gift, but yeah. Chasm, I'm back, locked in on Warframe. Hey, dude, welcome back. Yeah, thanks again for telling me to hydrate, man. I actually was talking so much, my mouth was dry. I didn't realize. Thank you, Toby. How long have we been streaming for? 3.5 hours? Okay, I think we'll be done by 4 hours, which is like perfect. Zaku, I'm gonna dip out of the stream early because one of my homies wants to FaceTime. Catch you guys later. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Zaku. It was always good to see you, dog. Yeah, catch you around, dude. Yeah, catch you whenever. Let me know about Sunday too if you're still here. We probably should do next Sunday just so we can plan it better, but yeah, let me know. Well, we already did one this week, so next Sunday, yeah, duh. Okay. Next Sunday, because I forgot, we already did one this, so we want to do them once a week, if anything. But yeah. Funkhauser, I never used to have them, but I've been seeing these sick Beyblades that catch on fire and shit on my timeline. Yeah, I've seen those too, where they like put a little bit of like oil on the Beyblade and they like light it real quick, so it's on fire. Dude, it's super sick. People are silly. Spencer, I remember when Bakugan. Yeah, dude, Bakugan was sick too. Yeah, it never got big at my school, but I've heard, Spencer, about how Bakugan was like wild for a little bit. I think NetNavi told me Bakugan was a thing at his school that, yeah, that like really caught on, and kids were like, "Yo, where's your Bakugan, dude?" I like all the little like, you know, card game to like toy Like every one of those shows were pretty sick. Remember Duel Masters? Like I was trying to get into Duel Masters for a little bit because I love Duel Masters. It was like Magic except like simpler. So as a kid, I was like, yo, this is gonna, I don't know, as a kid, I was like, yo, this is gonna be the next big thing, dude. The anime's sick and it's a way simpler game to play than Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic. Like, yo. So I remember I bought like a bunch of Duel Master cards as a kid. I tried to get my friends into it, but like it just never caught on. I was like, no, Duel Masters is the best though. Skyer, the Bakugan cards angered me. They were too big for sleeves. Oh, they really goofed on that one. I didn't know that. Tricky Toko, OMG, I had a Bakugan. It was red with the dragon symbol. That's what's up. Yeah, I had one Bakugan too. I think I found it like on the playground or something as a kid. I was like, yo, it transforms. Chasm, I remember collecting Bakugan toys when I was like 5 to 6 years old. That's cool. And Gavin, so give me the lowdown between Groovy and Aviscerall. I don't think I've ever seen why they're separate if there's a reason. Oh yeah, Gavin, I got you. Well, also too, I got bro. Gavin, I'm sorry, Gavin, I'm nerding out right now. Give me 1 second. Super random, but if y'all get the chance, look up like there's like I don't know what the name of the video is. And honestly, I'm sitting down. I'm too lazy to get up. But there's like a video on YouTube about like something about like how New York Bakugan and my dad or something. Pretty much is like a YouTube video. It's really sweet about like a guy being a kid and winning like some Bakugan tournament. And like him and his dad becoming a lot closer because of it. It's a really sweet YouTube video. Just throwing it out there. But anyways, Gavin, to answer your question. So the lowdown between Groovy and Aviscerall is I've been making music since I was like about like 14. So my first music alias technically was called Deep Theta. But then I eventually renamed it into Aviscerall. And then I made Groovy. So I made it Aviscerall, and then I think I made Groovy literally that, like I renamed it Aviscerall, and then literally that same year I started Groovy Godzilla. And they were my first 2 ever music aliases ever. And because I was like 18, I was like, yo, you know, it'd be sick if like I was both Groovy and Aviscerall, and people would be like, whoa, he collaborated with himself. What? I didn't know they were both the same person. And it was a bad inside joke between me and my college roommates. But now I'm paying for it like years later, because now when I post my Spotify Wrapped, I have to post like 2 completely separately artists, you know what I mean? And people don't know that I'm the same person. So yeah, it's really just me. I made them separate because I felt like they were different enough when I was like 18. But now that I'm all grown up, I'm like, I should have never done that. But now I'm like too deep to like undo it all. At least I'm probably not, but I feel like I'm too deep to undo it all. And I don't know, but it's been working out though, I'll be honest. So as much as I'm like, it's frustrating because I have to like pay double the money for everything, you know what I mean? I have to pay for 2 DistroKid accounts, 2 every, you know what I mean? But it all works out. But yeah, that's the lowdown. It's just a bad joke, Gavin, really. It's a bad joke. I was trying to be cool. And but yeah, but it is nice though, I think, because you know, if you're feeling more chill stuff, you can just shuffle a Aviscerall, and if you're feeling more groovy stuff, you can just, you know what I mean, shuffle that instead, without, you know what I mean. And I do think it is really interesting though to see like who likes what more, because I feel like, you know, people I've like low-key people I've dated like my Aviscerall stuff more than my groovy stuff. But I feel like my like people who I like skate with and stuff like that, or like play games with, they like my groovy stuff more. I don't know, it's just interesting the types of like people in my life that like who likes one more than the other. So it's kind of silly. Gavin says, gotcha. All right, cool. Thanks, man. Thanks for asking me. I appreciate it. Chasm, I started getting my Spotify Wrapped. Apple subscriptions will be the death of me. I can't re-download Spotify back. Oh, dude, that's a bummer. Yeah, whenever you get the chance, dude. Yeah, you know what I mean. I hope you have I hope you're stoked on your results for it. Oh, and oh yeah, for the Instagram post I made today of like Spotify Wrapped, the last picture is me getting all of the Radical Reptar and Groovy to the Galaxy vinyl, and I needed a dolly to carry it all to my car. So I was like, I don't know, it was a very proud moment for me, because it was the first time I ordered so much vinyl that I needed a whole dolly for it all. You know what I mean? So I was like, this is crazy. So I asked my partner to take a picture of me with all the vinyl and stuff. And I feel like that was like a highlight of the year. It was like right when I moved to Phoenix too. So that's like me in front of my business mailbox, grabbing all that. So yeah. But that's how it went today. And then yeah, then I posted a clip from the last stream with the scary movie stuff. But yeah, that's Spotify Wrapped. Let me see if there's anything else going on. Did y'all see that Tyler the Creator is ending their Golf LaFleur brand? I don't know if anyone also cares about that, but that was like interesting to see because they were like super, you know, like Tyler the Creator is like a super big fashion guy. I don't know them personally at all or anything, but they're a super big fashion guy. And I remember they were like, I don't know, I feel like if y'all have listened to Chromacopia, he was very much like, it sounded like he was very much like kind of like coming to terms with the fact that like Golf LaFleur wasn't really going to work out. And it's interesting to hear that and like them be so vulnerable about that. But no, I think, you know, Roses had to head out, but that's one thing about like doing art and stuff. I think like learning how to let go is like so important. And I feel like, you know, again, I don't know Tyler personally, but, and of course they know a lot more about making art than I do probably, but I thought it was really cool that like, you know, they were so willing to let go of something that, you know, kind of he built himself around. And I think more of us should do that. Oh, what else was I gonna say about card? Oh, but speaking of card games, I could talk about this. Y'all remember HeroClix? Because that was the one that I got really into as well. That was like kind of low key. Because the card shop that was near my house, they had HeroClix. So essentially, HeroClix was like it wasn't like Bakugan, but instead of buying cards, you bought little like figurines, and like, you know, you can click them for like their stats and stuff. So it's kind of like a D&D character, as if like the health and stuff was built into the thing. But it was all like Marvel and DC characters. Yeah, I remember like me and my buddies were all like go to this one like card shop and like try to play in tournaments, and of course we would just get wrecked by like kids in high school or like people in college, and they'd be like, oh hell yeah, we got like the 12-year-olds, let's go. And they would just like absolutely destroy us. But yeah, that was one I was really into. And then people never talk about this, but Pokemon had a HeroClix too. I forgot the name of it, but I remember trying to get into that and it just did not catch on at all. Like I bought the 2 starter things for it as a kid, and just no one ever played it. And like I remember it was just me and my buddy Kevin that had them. Thank you, Caden. Oh my god, we're good. Yeah, sometimes I draw a little dinosaur on the signature, and like my arm like twitches out. But let me see if I can find what this thing was called. I wonder if I Google Pokemon HeroClix, if it would show up. Pokemon HeroClix. PokeClix? No, that wasn't the name of it. HeroClix is still around. What the heck? Pokemon figure game. What was it called? No. Oh yeah, it was called the Pokemon trading figure game. Okay, I remember this. But yeah, so I think it was trying to compete with HeroClix. But yeah, I don't know. I know we got a lot of what's it called? Pokemon fans in here. If you want some like low-key Pokemon lore, look up the Pokemon figure game, dude. That shit, it was actually pretty sick. And yo, Funkhauser, shout out Kevin, dude. Shout out Kevin. Yeah, what's funny is so I grew up with Kevin, and you know, when I went to a visit for the holidays, Kevin was at work or something. So I need to see him. But you know, we're pretty much, his parents are like very much raised me as well. I think I mentioned a couple times. So like, I see them as my parents too. So I always visit them like as if they were my parents, like my own biological parents. But what's it called? So yeah, Kevin was working, so we couldn't hang out. But I texted him, and speaking of all this card game stuff, he's always been like hella good at like eBay and stuff. Like he was like low key the OG, like, yo man, you should like sell stuff on eBay. And I remember he has like a, you know, mint copy of Pokemon Pearl since we were a kid. I mentioned a few times. But he told me, he was like, dude, I flipped a Pokemon card. I was like, Joe, that's crazy. So like Kevin's still into like all these like collectibles all these years later. I wouldn't be surprised if he has the Pokemon trading figure game stuff we still had as kids. Or if he sold it for like 10 times the price now that it's like nostalgic. But Spencer, I think I played that Pokemon one at the WizKids booth at Comic-Con years ago. That's sick, dude. Yeah, they probably were still trying to push it for a little bit. I think it was like, I forgot how old I was when Pokemon trading figure game came out, but yeah, you probably did. Or maybe they started another one. Because it's like figures, like I'm sure you can like sell them for a lot more, so they probably want it to pop off, like Pokemon cards. Yeah, I watched a video recently about like there's a YouTube channel called Modern NBA. I'm surprised they weren't on my YouTube rap, but they did a video about like the whole like economics of like the Pokemon collectible scene. And what's wild is that I guess like McDonald's in Japan did like a like Pikachu Pokemon card where it was like, you know, Pikachu, but it was eating like a McDonald's hamburger. And I guess like what ended up happening is that like a bunch of tourists flew out to Japan because people estimated like the value of the card was going to be insane because it was a Japan exclusive and it was like so cool. The people were literally flying out to like Japan just to buy Happy Meals and like just to get the card. And it like they had to stop the promotion because people were just getting the card and just throwing away the Happy Meal because they were trying to get as many cards as they could. And Japan was like, no, like this food waste is terrible. You can't do this, which is like very valid. But yeah, Pokemon is crazy. Like the collectible side of it. Oh yeah, thank you, Jace. But yeah, and then so I want to talk about. Also for Spotify Wrapped, I like seeing like my favorite artists. That's always really cool. Like I really like I think I saw Dave's God posted theirs. I forgot who it was. Oh, it was wild though. I'm gonna have to out my buddy, but my buddy, I asked them what their Spotify rap was, and like, you know, we're all from the same hometown, so they're very much like a spiritual, lyrical, miracle, like hip hop fan. So like, what did he say? Oh man. Oh, like for example, he likes this rapper called Fred the Godson, and you know, like the rap bar is about like, you know, a 45 is a gun, but like he had a bar that was like, I got 2 4 5s like a quarter to 3, and because you get it like 2:45 it's a quarter, like I'm missing a quarter to 3, so it's like 2:45 and like a quarter to 3 is like 15 more minutes and maybe 3 o'clock. It's like, you know, like super intelligent, like whoa, like rap. He showed me a Spotify rap, dude. One of his top artists was Drake. I was like, Drake. And he was like, oh no, like he had to like hide his Spotify from me. I was like, bro, how you listen to that? And then you listen to Drake. He's like, no, but like, you know, his old stuff. And I was like, no. How you gonna be from California and listen to Drake? Wolf DKK, my bad, dog. Your title's confusing me. What was the title again? I'm sorry, but pretty much the title is just a reference to Spotify Wrapped came out. Oh, and the secret thing I mentioned in the title was whatever your Spotify listening age was. I feel like that kind of like, you know, secretly exposed everybody. Because the argument I made was that like, if it was kind of old, it was like, dang, you listen to no new music, man, that's crazy. You know what I mean? But if it's too young, I got listening age of 19. It's like, dang, you listen to Baby Shark, bro? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like no matter what your listening age is, like, you know, it can't be good. Like, I don't know. I thought it was silly. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Wolf. I appreciate it. Super Hideo. Lol. Hey. Oh, Wolf, you got 20? Hey, that's sick. I got 19, dude. You're 1 year older than me. Let's go. That's sick. Yeah, I think I got 19 because I listen to like only new music that comes out. Well, not only new music, but I listen to a lot of music as it comes out. So for some reason, I think Spotify thinks that I'm 19 because of it. But I'm actually 30 though, so it said I was 11 years younger than I actually am. So I guess I listen to Baby Shark then. Baby Shark, Little Einsteins, Barney, you know, Blue's Clues. I'm messing around. Thank you, Steven. All right. Sick. And then, most I want to bring up to y'all. Yeah, the highest listening age I saw is NetNavi got 78, dude. And I was like, dude, you're ancient. That's crazy. Oh, and what was kind of funny though is my buddy. So their name is Ken. Like I made the song Ken song with them if you're familiar from my Aviscerall stuff. But Ken is like, they've always been very like into technology and stuff. So as bad as it is, you know, they're kind of like, you know, what's after Unk? OG? I don't know. Every once in a while they do stuff that's kind of like very elder internet person, you know what I mean? But anyways, to be honest, Ken's really loving AI videos. So they've been using like the ChatGPT AI video maker, but he's also really into like these nuts jokes. So he's just been making like pretty much during the Thanksgiving or the holidays, they were just showing me all the like AI generated videos of them like being on Jeopardy and like the, you know, or like it's not Jeopardy, but the one where you have to guess what the word is, you know what I mean? It might be Jeopardy, but he pretty much made like a bunch of AI videos of him just being like, I'd like to complete the puzzle. And they're like, what do you think the answer is? He'd be like, D's nuts. And then like, of course it's the right answer. And he's like, yeah, but it's all AI. It's like, dude, Ken, this is maybe the only okay use of AI is just to make D's nuts jokes. But yeah, I'm like, no, but all the water just to make a D's nuts joke, man. Think about the carbon footprint of this D's nuts joke. But yeah. And I think I mentioned in the past I've been going on like little walks every morning. And what's been cool is I live next to like this big old canal. And you know, it's just like it's kind of like the LA River. It's just like a man-made like canal with a bunch of just like crazy dirty water in it. But like one thing that's concerning is there's always ducks in there just hanging out. The ducks are super adorable, but I'm like, are your ducks good? Can you swim in that? But what's even wilder is because it's like the canal's been going down after it rained a bunch, and I sometimes see people fishing in the canal, and I'm like, why are you fishing here? That's crazy. And the other day I was walking through, and like the water got kind of clear, even though it's super dirty, but it was clear enough. Dude, there's like actual for real fish in this like street canal. I'm like, how did these fish get here? So every morning now on my walk, I'm like, oh, I wonder if I can find any fish. I'm like tempted just to see if I can catch a fish, like Stardew Valley or something, dude, or like Animal Crossing. You know what I mean? Just throw out a fishing line and just start mashing A. And I'm just like there in the background trying to catch the fish. And I had to like I had to Google like, can you even eat this? Like if you were to catch it. And it was like, no, do not eat that fish, dude. You would probably explode. I'm like, yeah, probably. Wait, do y'all got any like funny like uncle using the internet stories recently? Uncle, like just, you know, family member using the internet for like silly things. Like a wild one is, I had a joke with my mom. My mom doesn't ever use Instagram, but every once in a while she'll like post a picture of herself on Instagram. And I'm like, Mom, I know you're single whenever you're posting selfies on Instagram. And she was like, shut up. But yeah. Oh yeah, in that same canal too, they have like a giant like tire in the middle of the canal, which is like super random. So sick. And yeah, but we got one more order. We somehow did all 19 orders, y'all. Thanks for being here for it. I always appreciate y'all pulling up. Oh, and another good news too. One of my buddies I used to skate with growing up. So not my buddy, you know, I mentioned my buddy earlier about the cool with the jellyfish thing. But another one of our buddies, dude, they're in Thrasher magazine right now, which is like, that's like almost like, I don't know, getting like the equivalent of getting like a Grammy, in my opinion, of like skateboarding to be in Thrasher. But yeah, they just like skated off of like it's super mega illegal. And I'm like, bro, you could've got a felony, but it's just him like alling off of like a mail truck. But yeah, he got like, I have a buddy, I know somebody in Thrasher magazine. I was like, yo. It's like, you know, like it's like playing baseball with someone as a kid, you know what I mean? Like your mom put you in baseball and like they go off to be like Shohei Ohtani or something. Like, I'm like, dude, you like really made it. You made it out of all of us skating growing up. That's crazy. I'm so proud of you. So yeah, that was nice. Do y'all have anybody listening got a friend that made it in the thing that y'all did together as a child? Did anyone have like a friend that they played like Halo 3 with that went off to like become MLG? Went off to become T Squared? Y'all remember T Squared? That's probably a deep cut reference, but yeah. All right, this is the last order. Yeah, I got one last story for y'all. Let me see. I don't know, but I know I'm hungry though. What am I gonna eat? Yeah, what am I gonna eat? I got more ice cream, so I'll probably eat that at some point. But I have chicken. Oh, we got Costco had like frozen tamales, dude. And I tried one and they were hella good. So I'm like, I don't know, like tamales are like currency. I feel like someone already, I feel like whenever someone makes tamales, you have to make a bunch at once if you're not familiar, but it's like a hella good Mexican food. But like to make it, it's like, it's so much setup that like you might as well make like a 50 whenever you make them. So like I used to call them like currency because like people would like really like barter for tamales. So like, you know, once you make a bunch, they like quickly go. But there's some frozen ones at Costco, and I was like, I guess I'll try them. Why not? Because the macros are pretty good, like the calories and all that to like protein ratio. And dude, they came out like as if someone's grandma just barely made them. I was like, yo, these are sick. So we've come a long way in tamale technology, thankfully. Not sponsored. I'm not sponsored by the CEO of tamales. There is no CEO of tamale. I'm just making a joke, but yeah. I know, dude, Skyer. That's what I'm saying though. Like I've had lots and lots and lots of handmade tamales growing up, and like those will never be better. But like this is the first frozen tamale I had that I was like, oh, this is actually really good. Like surprisingly good compared to like the real thing. So I'm not saying you should like, you know, stop everything you're doing and like, oh, like, go get these tamales. But like, I don't know, I guess I'm just babbling about how far we've come in our tamale technology to be able to do this and have like actually good tamales. Oh yeah. But cool. All right, we did all the orders, so maybe we can call it here, y'all. Thank you so much for sticking around, as always. I'm gonna put everything away, but if anyone has any last words, feel free. So I got a last story. I don't know, I like ducks. Oh, and like I have like a random picture on my phone near that same like canal thing I was talking about. For some reason, someone had like a whole trash bag full of glazed donuts and they dropped it and they just left it like right like near the canal. And I'm like, dang, I wonder if like someone like, you know, like I'd be so sad if I dropped my trash bag full of glazed donuts. That's such a bump. Like, you know, what's the story behind that, dude? What happened, bro? You good? Not your donuts, bro. You know what I mean? I'm like this poor guy. So yeah. Ooh, oh my god. All right, I'll stretch with y'all for a little bit. But yeah. Oh, and we were talking about Jollibee last time. If it helps too. I'm just looking through some like my screenshots. I had a buddy that tried Jollibee for the first time, and they said 7.5 out of 10, but they said it was fire. How do y'all feel about that? Oh, simply they were on the run and had to lose the extra weight. They were getting chased by someone. No, we gotta drop the glazed donuts. No, not my donuts. There's no other choice. And they just throw them off the van. That'd be funny. But yeah. But sick. That's just about right. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, this, funny enough, this same friend also has the same hair as us, so I guess something about having locks, just, you know, I mean, we're all synced up on our opinions of fast food. We actually have to go to the bathroom, low-key, so I think I might have to call it right here. No 10-minute like ramble session to end things off, because I gotta go. Oh, this is really bad, but did y'all see the video of it's like some live streamer, but it's like them in Chicago, and they're like, for some reason they're crouched on like a curb, and they're like eating food or something, but then, like, you know, Chicago, so like some gunshots are happening, and then she's like, oh no, chat, I gotta go. Like, oh, but that was my vocal stim for a cool minute. It's like, I gotta go. But all good, lol, do your thing. Thanks, man. You as well, dude. Thanks for always coming through, Simply Deo. But yeah, next stream is Sunday at 6 p.m. Pacific time, and we'll go through like the survey results together. And so if folks have questions and stuff, because I usually just like throw it all out there. But just in case anyone's like, bro, what were the actual results? But, I mean, it's not that I'm like lying about anything. You know what I'm just saying. But yeah, thanks y'all. I appreciate you. Everyone have a really good night. I hope you have an awesome night. Have an awesome Friday tomorrow. And yeah, catch you around. Take it easy. Peace. See you Sunday at 6 p.m. Pacific time, LA time. All right. See you, Skyer. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. See you, Skyer. See you, Wolf. See you, Spencer. See you, Funkhauser. See you, Gavin. See you, Chasm. That's all everyone who's on chat right now. So yeah. Later, y'all. See you soon. See you, Simply Deo.